Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Vembo, and if you're here because it's past midnight and you need something to keep you company while the rest of the world sleeps, you're in exactly the right place. On this channel, I read Reddit stories for that exact reason, and you hitting that subscribe button would help a lot more than you would know. Anyways, with that said, grab whatever drink gets you through the night, get comfortable, while I go through the stories I found on Reddit today. Our first story comes from someone who discovered that some people will literally try to claim anything as their own property, including your backyard. My neighbour tried to claim my yard as a dog park. I've lived in my house for about 3 years now, and it's got this decent-sized backyard that I've put a lot of work into. Nothing fancy, just some grass, a few flower beds, and a small patio area where I like to have my morning coffee. The problem started about 6 months ago when my neighbour, this woman named Patricia, who lives 2 houses down, started walking her dog past my house every morning. At first it was just normal neighbour stuff. She'd wave, I'd wave back, and her little golden retriever would do his business on the sidewalk like a civilised dog should. But then Patricia started letting her dog wander into my yard, not just to sniff around, but actually doing his business right in my flower beds. When I mentioned it to her one morning, she just laughed and said dogs will be dogs and that I should be happy because dog waste is good fertiliser. I explained politely that I'd prefer if her dog stayed on the sidewalk, and she seemed to understand. For about a week things went back to normal, but then I started noticing other dogs in my yard. Dogs I'd never seen before, with people I didn't recognise, all just hanging out on my grass like it was their personal dog run. When I went outside to ask what was going on, Patricia appeared from behind my garden shed like she'd been waiting for me. She explained that she'd been telling people in the neighbourhood Facebook group about my community dog space and how generous I was for opening up my yard for everyone's pets. I told her there had been a huge misunderstanding, that my yard was private property and definitely not a community dog space. Patricia looked genuinely confused and said that yards in residential areas were technically public use spaces as long as dogs needed them. She said she'd looked it up and that I couldn't legally stop people from using my yard for their pets. This was obviously complete nonsense, but Patricia seemed absolutely convinced she was right. She said she'd already made a schedule for different neighbours to bring their dogs over throughout the week, and that I should feel good about contributing to the community. Over the next few days, I'd come home from work to find random people with their dogs in my backyard. Some had brought toys and were playing fetch. Others had set up little portable water bowls. One woman had even brought a folding chair and was just sitting there reading a book while her 2 German shepherds ran around digging holes in my lawn. Every time I asked someone to leave, they'd say Patricia had told them it was fine and that I was the neighbourhood dog park coordinator. Some people got genuinely upset with me, saying I was being unwelcoming and that dogs needed space to run around. I called Patricia and told her she needed to stop telling people my yard was public property. She said she understood my concerns, but that she'd already committed to so many people, and it wouldn't be fair to the dogs to suddenly take away their space. She suggested I could charge a small fee if I wanted to make some money off the arrangement. The situation escalated when I came home one afternoon to find Patricia had installed a small wooden sign near my mailbox that read, "Neighbourhood Dog Park, please clean up after your pets." She'd even laminated a set of rules and posted them on my front door. When I confronted her about the sign, she said she was just trying to keep things organised and that having clear guidelines would make the whole thing run smoother. She'd apparently spent her own money on waste bags and a small trash can, which she'd positioned near my back gate. I removed the sign and threw it away, but Patricia just put up another one the next day. This time it included hours of operation and a note about respecting the property owner's wishes, as if I'd actually agreed to any of this. Things came to a head when I arrived home to find Patricia hosting what looked like a small dog birthday party in my backyard. There were about 8 dogs, their owners, and even some decorations hanging from my fence. Patricia had brought a cake shaped like a bone and was taking photos of all the dogs gathered around it. I lost it and told everyone they needed to leave immediately. Most people packed up and left, but Patricia stayed behind to argue with me. She said I was being unreasonable and that the dogs had formed friendships through their regular meetups in my yard. She accused me of being selfish and not caring about animal welfare. I told Patricia that if she didn't stop bringing people to my property, I'd call the police. She said that was unnecessary and that we could work out a compromise. Maybe the dogs could just use my yard on weekends or during certain hours when I wasn't home. The final straw was when I discovered Patricia had created a whole social media group called Lacey's Backyard Dog Club and was posting photos of people's pets playing in my yard. She'd even made little profile cards for each dog with their name, breed and favourite activities. I had to threaten legal action before Patricia finally stopped organising even-ups in my backyard. But meet dog now, months later, I occasionally find random dog toys in my yard, and people still sometimes knock on my door asking about the dog park schedule. That story is over. The level of delusion required to convince yourself that someone else's private backyard is suddenly community property is honestly impressive. Patricia really created an entire social media presence around someone else's yard and then acted shocked when the actual property owner had objections. Speaking of people who create elaborate lies, this next story comes from someone who discovered their sister had been living a complete fiction for years. My sister lied about graduating college. This whole mess started unraveling about 2 months ago, but I'm still processing everything that happened. My sister Melissa is 4 years older than me, and she's always been the golden child in our family. She was valedictorian in high school, got into a good university with a partial scholarship, and everyone just assumed she'd continue being successful. For the past 2 years, Melissa had been telling our family that she was finishing up her degree in business administration. She'd talk about her professors, complain about group projects, and even showed us her textbooks when she'd come home for visits. Our parents were so proud of her, constantly bragging to their friends about how their daughter was about to graduate from college. Last spring, Melissa announced that she'd be graduating in May and wanted to have a big celebration. She sent out invitations to the whole family, including aunts, uncles and grandparents who would be travelling from out of state. She even picked out a restaurant for the dinner afterward and asked our pay for the party since it parents to help was such a special occasion. Everyone was excited. Our mum spent weeks planning the perfect graduation gift, and our dad kept talking about how proud he was to have a college graduate in the family. Melissa seemed genuinely excited too, posting on social media about her upcoming graduation and thanking everyone for their support throughout her college journey. The graduation ceremony was on a Saturday morning in May. Our whole family drove 3 hours to the university, dressed in our best clothes and carrying flowers and balloons. We found parking and made our way to the stadium where the ceremony was being held. That's when things started falling apart. We couldn't find Melissa's name in the graduation programme. When we asked an usher about it, she suggested maybe there had been a printing error and to check with the registrar's office after the ceremony. We sat through the entire graduation, watching hundreds of students walk across the stage, but Melissa never appeared. She wasn't in the business school section, wasn't listed with any other department, and definitely didn't walk across that stage. After the ceremony, while our extended family waited outside, my parents and I went to find Melissa. We searched the crowd of graduates and their families for almost an hour. Finally, we found her sitting alone in her car in the parking lot, still wearing the cap and gown she'd somehow acquired. When we asked her what happened, she broke down crying and said there had been a mix-up with her paperwork and that she couldn't participate in the ceremony, even though she'd technically graduated. She said the registrar's office would mail her diploma and that she was devastated about missing the actual ceremony. Our parents were disappointed but understanding. They figured bureaucratic mistakes happen and that the important thing was that Melissa had completed her degree. We went ahead with the celebration dinner and everyone tried to make the best of the situation, but something didn't feel right to me. Melissa's story kept changing slightly every time someone asked about the paperwork mix-up. First, it was a problem with her student loans. Then it was an issue with a class credit transfer. Then it was something about her final transcript not being processed in time. A week later, I decided to do some investigating on my own. I called the university's registrar office and asked about graduation requirements and diploma processing. The woman I spoke with was very helpful and explained that while administrative issues occasionally delay diploma mailing, they would never prevent a student from participating in the ceremony if they'd actually completed their degree requirements. When I asked more specific questions about what might have happened in my sister's case, the registrar asked for Melissa's student ID number so she could look up her record. I didn't have that information, but I provided Melissa's full name and approximate graduation date. After a few minutes on hold, the registrar came back with information that made my stomach drop. According to their records, Melissa had been enrolled at the university but had stopped attending classes halfway through her sophomore year. She hadn't been enrolled for the past 2.5 years and had never completed the requirements for any degree. I didn't know what to do with this information. Part of me hoped there was still some kind of mistake or misunderstanding, so I decided to do more research before confronting Melissa directly. I found her university's online student directory and discovered that students who are currently enrolled or recent graduates are listed with their major and expected graduation date. Melissa wasn't in the directory at all, which confirmed what the registrar had told me. I also looked up the business school's graduation ceremony online and found photos from the event we'd attended. I went through hundreds of photos of graduates, looking for any sign of Melissa. She wasn't in any of them, which made sense since she hadn't actually been part of the ceremony. The most damning evidence came when I found Melissa's old social media posts from 2.5 years ago. There was a dramatic shift in her content around October of her sophomore year. Before that, she'd been posting typical college stuff, studying in the library, hanging out with roommates, complaining about professors. But after October, her posts became much more vague. Instead of specific details about classes or campus life, she'd post generic things about being busy with school or working on projects. Looking back with this new knowledge, it was obvious she'd been covering up the fact that she wasn't actually attending classes anymore. I confronted Melissa a few weeks after the fake graduation ceremony. I presented her with all the evidence I'd gathered, including my conversation with the registrar's office. At first, she tried to maintain the lie, insisting there had been some kind of computer error and that her records were wrong. But when I showed her the timeline of her social media posts and pointed out how her story had changed multiple times, she finally broke down and admitted the truth. She'd dropped out of college during her sophomore year after failing several classes and falling behind on her student loan payments. She'd been too ashamed to tell our family, so she just kept pretending she was still enrolled. For 2.5 years, she'd been living at home and working part-time jobs, while our parents thought she was away at school. She'd even been lying about where she was living, claiming she had an apartment near campus when she'd actually been staying with a friend across town. The fake graduation ceremony had been her plan to finally end the lie. She figured she could pretend to graduate, tell everyone she was taking some time off before starting her career, and then slowly transition into a normal life without anyone knowing she'd never actually finished college. Our parents were devastated when they found out, not just because Melissa had lied, but because she'd felt like she couldn't come to them for help when she was struggling in school. They'd already bragged to so many people about her graduation, and now they had to figure out how to explain what had really happened. The worst part was thinking about all our relatives who had travelled from out of state for the fake graduation ceremony. They'd spent money on flights and hotels, brought gifts, and taken time off work to celebrate something that had never actually happened. Melissa has since started taking classes at a community college with the goal of eventually finishing her degree. Our family's working on rebuilding trust, but it's been difficult. The lie was so elaborate and went on for so long that it's hard to know what else might not be true. That story is over. 2.5 years of maintaining an elaborate fiction about attending college, complete with fake graduation ceremony, planning, and family celebration coordination. The commitment required to pull off that level of deception is honestly staggering, but the eventual collapse was always inevitable. Our next tale comes from someone whose co-worker decided to spread a rumor that completely changed how everyone at work treated them. My co-worker started a rumor I was secretly rich. I work at a pretty standard office job downtown, nothing glamorous, just processing insurance claims and trying to make it through each day without losing my mind. The pay is decent enough to cover rent and groceries, but I'm definitely not living some luxury lifestyle. The whole thing started about 3 months ago when I bought a new phone. My old one had been dying for weeks, randomly shutting off during important calls and refusing to hold a charge for more than a few hours. So when I got my tax refund, I decided to splurge a little and get something that would actually work properly. I didn't think much of it when I brought the new phone to work. It's a nice model, but nothing crazy expensive. Just a regular smartphone that happens to have a decent camera and doesn't crash every time I try to open an app. But apparently, my co-worker Olivia noticed immediately. She started asking questions about it during lunch break, wanting to know how much it cost and where I got the money for such an expensive device. I explained about the tax refund, but she seemed skeptical. Over the next few days, Olivia kept making little comments about my phone. She'd say things like, "Must be nice to afford the latest technology," or "Some people have all the luck with money." I figured she was just being a little jealous and would get over it. Then I started noticing that other people in the office were treating me differently. Co-workers who usually barely acknowledged me were suddenly being super friendly, asking about my weekend plans and whether I'd been on any nice vacations lately. At first I thought maybe people were just being more social, but then the requests started coming. Someone asked if I could lend them money for lunch because they'd forgotten their wallet. Another person wondered if I could cover their share of the office birthday gift since I was doing so well financially. So, I was confused by all these assumptions about my financial situation, but I didn't connect it to the phone thing until someone directly mentioned it. This guy from accounting pulled me aside and said he'd heard I'd come into some money recently and wondered if I'd be interested in investing in his brother's startup. When I asked where he'd gotten that idea, he said Olivia had mentioned that I'd been buying expensive electronics and seemed to have plenty of disposable income. According to him, she'd been telling people that I must have gotten a raise or inheritance or something because I was suddenly spending money on luxury items. I confronted Olivia about it the next day, asking why she was telling people I had money when I'd clearly explained about the tax refund. She acted like she didn't know what I was talking about at first, then said she was just making conversation and people must have misunderstood. But the rumours kept spreading. Someone asked if I wanted to split the cost of renting a beach house for the weekend, since money wasn't an issue for me anymore. Another person suggested I should treat the whole department to lunch since I was apparently doing so well. The worst part was when people started getting resentful that I wasn't being more generous with my supposed wealth. I overheard someone saying I was selfish for not helping out co-workers who were struggling when I clearly had money to spare. I tried explaining to several people that I wasn't rich, that I'd just used my tax refund to replace a broken phone, but the rumours had taken on a life of their own. Olivia had apparently been embellishing the story each time she told it, adding details about expensive clothes and fancy dinners that were completely made up. The situation reached a breaking point when someone from HR called me in for a meeting. They'd heard rumours that I might be involved in some kind of side business or had received a significant financial windfall, and they wanted to make sure there weren't any conflicts of interest with my job. I had to sit there and explain to my boss that I wasn't secretly wealthy, that I'd bought one phone with money from my tax return, and that somehow this had spiraled into office gossip about me being rich. The whole conversation was mortifying. HR spoke with Olivia about spreading rumours, but the damage was already done. Even now, months later, people still occasionally make comments about my supposed money. Someone will suggest an expensive restaurant for lunch and then joke that I should pay since I can afford it. The ironic thing is that buying that phone was probably the biggest splurge I'd made in years. I usually shop at thrift stores and cook most of my meals at home because my budget is pretty tight. But apparently, one purchase was enough to convince an entire office that I was hiding some secret fortune. That story's over. One phone purchase turned into months of awkward conversations and co-workers expecting financial favors. It's amazing how quickly a simple explanation about a tax refund can transform into elaborate theories about hidden wealth. Some people really will create entire narratives from the smallest pieces of evidence. Moving into our next story, this one involves someone whose best friend had some very questionable ideas about healing and closure. My best friend invited my ex to our road trip. I've been planning this road trip with my best friend Madison for months. We'd mapped out this whole route through Colorado, booked hotels, made playlists, and basically planned what was supposed to be the perfect week of hiking and exploring together. The trip was especially important to me because I'd been going through a really rough time lately. I went through a pretty messy breakup with my boyfriend Tyler about 4 months ago, and I'd been looking forward to this trip as a way to clear my head and spend quality time with my best friend. Madison knew all about the breakup. She'd been there through the worst of it, listening to me cry about how Tyler had cheated on me with someone from his work, how he'd lied about it for weeks, and how devastating it was to find out through social media posts instead of from him directly. 3 days before we were supposed to leave, Madison called me with what she described as exciting news. She said she'd been thinking about our trip and realized it would be the perfect opportunity for healing and closure. I assumed she meant healing for me, which sounded great. But then she dropped the bombshell. She'd invited Tyler to join us on the road trip. Not only that, but she'd already confirmed with him that he could come, and he'd taken the time off work and everything. I was speechless for a moment, trying to process what she'd just told me. When I asked why she would do something like that without talking to me first, Madison explained that she'd been reading about forgiveness and moving forward, and she thought having Tyler there would help me work through my feelings. She said she'd spoken with Tyler about it, and he was really sorry about how things had ended between us. According to Madison, he wanted a chance to apologize properly, and maybe we could all have some honest conversations about what went wrong. I told Madison that was absolutely not happening, that I had no interest in spending a week trapped in a car with the person who had betrayed my trust and broken my heart. The whole point of the trip was to get away from all that drama and focus on healing. Madison seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. She said she thought I'd be grateful for the opportunity to get closure and that avoiding Tyler forever wasn't healthy. She'd apparently convinced herself that she was doing me a favor by orchestrating this confrontation. When I explained that I wasn't ready to face Tyler, especially not during what was supposed to be a relaxing vacation, Madison said I was being stubborn and that I'd never move on if I didn't deal with the situation head on. The conversation got heated when I realized Madison had already told Tyler he could come. She'd made hotel reservations for 3 people, adjusted our itinerary to include activities he'd enjoy, and basically planned an entirely different trip without consulting me about any of it. I asked Madison how she could make such a major decision about my emotional well-being without even asking me what I wanted. She said she knew I'd say no if she asked, but that sometimes friends have to make tough choices to help each other grow. The worst part was that Madison seemed to think she was being wise and therapeutic. She kept using phrases like facing your fears and processing trauma, as if she was some kind of relationship counselor instead of just my friend who had completely overstepped boundaries. When I told her that Tyler wasn't coming, and that, if she'd already committed to him, then maybe I should skip the trip, Madison got upset. She said I was being dramatic, and that she'd gone to a lot of trouble to arrange this healing opportunity for me. She actually suggested that maybe my reluctance to see Tyler proved that I still had feelings for him, and that's why I was scared to spend time together. According to her logic, if I were truly over the relationship, I wouldn't mind having him around. I had to explain to Madison that not wanting to vacation with your cheating ex-boyfriend isn't about lingering feelings. It's about basic self-respect and emotional boundaries. Just because someone has moved on doesn't mean they want to voluntarily spend time with people who hurt them. Madison eventually agreed to uninvite Tyler, but she seemed resentful about it. She kept making comments about how she was just trying to help, and that maybe I wasn't as ready to move forward as I claimed to be. The road trip itself was awkward because Madison clearly felt like I'd ruined her grand plan for my emotional healing. She'd mentioned Tyler occasionally, asking if I thought he seemed genuinely sorry or whether I might consider talking to him when we got back home. It became clear that Madison had developed some kind of fantasy about facilitating a reconciliation between Tyler and me. She'd apparently convinced herself that we belonged together and that she could fix our relationship by forcing us into close quarters for a week. The whole experience made me realize that Madison didn't really understand what I needed from our friendship. Instead of supporting my decision to distance myself from Tyler, she'd decided she knew better and tried to manipulate the situation to match her own ideas about how I should handle my breakup. That story is over. Nothing says best friend like secretly planning to trap you in a car with your cheating ex for a week of forced healing. Madison really thought she was some kind of relationship guru who could solve months of hurt with one awkward road trip. Sometimes the people closest to us have the worst judgment about what we actually need. Our next story comes from someone who learned that sharing your laptop can lead to some very expensive consequences. My mum's boyfriend used my laptop to apply for loans. I'm 19 and living at home while I go to community college. Money's pretty tight, so I save up for months to buy anything expensive. Last year, I finally saved enough to get a decent laptop for school. Nothing fancy but good enough to handle my coursework. And maybe some light gaming. My mum's been dating this guy Kevin for about 8 months now. He seems okay most of the time, always polite when I'm around, helps out with groceries sometimes. He doesn't live with us officially, but he stays over most nights and keeps a lot of his stuff at our house. A few weeks ago, Kevin asked if he could borrow my laptop for a couple hours. He said his phone was acting up and he needed to check his email and maybe fill out some job applications online. I didn't see any harm in it, so I let him use it while I was at work. When I got home that evening, Kevin thanked me and said he'd found some good opportunities and submitted a few applications. I was happy he was being proactive about finding work since he'd been between jobs for a while. But then the phone calls started. The first one came 2 days later while I was eating breakfast. Someone from a bank called asking to speak with Kevin about his loan application. I explained that Kevin didn't live here and gave them his cell phone number instead. The next day, there were 3 more calls, different banks, all asking about loan applications Kevin had apparently submitted. I started getting annoyed because these calls were coming at all hours, and I had to keep explaining that Kevin wasn't a resident at this address. By the end of the week, I was getting 5 or 6 calls a day from various financial institutions, credit unions, online lenders, even some places I'd never heard of. All of them had our home phone number and address listed for Kevin's loan applications. I asked Kevin about it when he came over for dinner. He seemed embarrassed and said he'd applied for a few personal loans to help with some bills, and he must have accidentally used our address instead of his own apartment. He promised to call the banks and update his information, but the calls kept coming. If anything, they got more frequent. I was getting calls during class while I was trying to sleep, even from automated systems at weird hours. Some of the callers were getting pushy when I couldn't put Kevin on the phone immediately. That's when I decided to check my laptop's browser history to see exactly what Kevin had been doing. What I found made my stomach drop. He hadn't just applied for a few loans. He'd submitted applications to dozens of lenders, and he'd used not just our address but also some of my personal information. Kevin had accessed my saved documents and found things like my social security number, my mum's employment information, and even some of my bank account details that I'd saved in a password-protected file. He'd used this information to make his loan applications look more credible. The worst part was that he'd listed my mum as a co-signer on several applications without her knowledge. He'd forged her signature electronically and used her job information to boost his approval chances. Some of the loans were for significant amounts, like $10,000 or $15,000. I confronted Kevin immediately, showing him the browser history and demanding an explanation. He tried to downplay it at first, saying he'd only borrowed some information to help with the applications and that he'd never actually accept any loans without talking to us first. But when I pressed him about using my social security number and forging my mum's signature, Kevin got defensive. He said he was desperate and that he knew we'd want to help him if we understood how serious his financial situation was. I told my mum everything that night. She was horrified, especially about the forged signatures and the fact that her credit could be affected if any of these loans were approved. We immediately started calling every bank that had contacted us to explain the situation and request that Kevin's applications be withdrawn. The process of cleaning up Kevin's mess took weeks. Some banks required written statements explaining that we hadn't authorized the applications. Others wanted us to file fraud reports. A few had already started processing loans and needed additional documentation to stop them. My mum broke up with Kevin immediately, but that didn't stop the phone calls. Apparently, once your information is in the system with multiple lenders, it gets shared around. We were still getting calls from new loan companies weeks after we thought we'd contacted everyone. The scariest part was when we pulled my mum's credit report and found that several inquiries had already been made based on Kevin's applications. While none of the loans had been approved yet, the multiple credit checks were starting to impact her credit score. We had to put fraud alerts on both our credit reports and monitor them closely for months to make sure Kevin hadn't done any additional damage we hadn't discovered yet. Every time an unfamiliar number called, we'd panic thinking it was another lender we'd missed. Kevin tried calling my mum a few times after she kicked him out, claiming he'd just made some mistakes and that he'd never meant to cause problems for us. He said he was planning to pay back any loans he received and that we were overreacting to what was essentially just a paperwork error. But the damage was done. My mum had trusted him with access to our home and our personal information, and he'd used that trust to commit fraud. Even if his intentions weren't malicious, the impact on our financial security was serious and long-lasting. That story is over. Kevin really thought borrowing some personal information for loan applications was no big deal, like identity theft is just a minor paperwork inconvenience. The fact that he forged signatures and used someone else's credit without permission shows a level of entitlement that's genuinely disturbing. Some people will really exploit any opportunity, even from the people trying to help them. Our next story takes us into the world of event tickets and friendship betrayal. My brother's friend tried to sell me fake tickets. This happened about 2 months ago when I was trying to get tickets for this huge concert that had been sold out for weeks. The artist was someone I'd been wanting to see for years, and I was kicking myself for not buying tickets the minute they went on sale. My brother mentioned that his friend Connor had connections and might be able to help me out. Connor works part-time at some venue downtown and always acts like he's got insider access to everything entertainment related. He's one of those guys who name drops constantly and makes everything sound like he's doing you this massive favor. Connor texted me saying he could get me tickets for face value, which seemed too good to be true, but I was desperate. He said his manager had released some last-minute tickets for employees and their families. The story sounded plausible enough, and since he was my brother's friend, I figured I could trust him. We met up at a coffee shop, and Connor handed me 2 tickets in an envelope. They looked legitimate, had the right venue name and date, even had those holographic security features that real tickets usually have. Connor explained that they were will call tickets, so I'd need to pick up the actual printed tickets at the box office the night of the show. I paid Connor $200 cash and felt pretty good about scoring tickets to a sold-out show. He made a big deal about how he was hooking me up and that I owed him one for using his connections. I thanked him and started making plans for the concert. About a week before the show, I decided to call the venue just to confirm everything was set up correctly for will call pickup. That's when I discovered there was a problem. The box office had no record of my name, or any will call tickets under Connor's name either. When I described the tickets Connor had given me, the box office representative said they sounded like old tickets from a previous event that had been altered. She explained that scammers sometimes take tickets from past shows, change the dates and artist names, and sell them to unsuspecting people. I immediately called Connor to ask what was going on. He seemed genuinely surprised and said there must have been some kind of mix-up with the system. He promised to check with his manager and get back to me with an explanation. But Connor's story kept changing every time we talked. First he said the tickets were legitimate, but there had been a computer glitch. Then he claimed his manager had made an error and given him the wrong tickets. Finally, he suggested that maybe I'd misunderstood, and these were actually tickets for a different show entirely. I started getting suspicious when Connor kept avoiding my requests to just refund my money. He'd say he was working on getting replacement tickets, or that his manager was handling the situation. Every conversation ended with him promising to call me back with an update that never came. The night of the concert, I decided to go to the venue anyway and see if there was any chance the tickets would work. I figured worst case scenario, I'd at least know for sure whether Connor had scammed me or if there really was some kind of legitimate mix-up. When I got to the venue, I saw Connor in line ahead of me with a group of friends. He was holding what looked like legitimate tickets and seemed completely relaxed, like someone who definitely had real seats to the show. I watched him go through security without any problems. That's when I realized Connor hadn't made an honest mistake. He'd knowingly sold me fake tickets while planning to attend the same concert with real ones. The whole story about employee tickets and will call pickup had been a complete fabrication. I approached Connor inside the venue and confronted him about the situation. He acted like he was shocked to see me there and claimed he'd been trying to reach me all week to explain what happened. But when I asked him to show me his tickets, he got defensive and said I was being paranoid. The conversation got heated when I demanded my money back on the spot. Connor said he didn't have cash with him and that we could sort it out after the show. He kept trying to make it seem like I was overreacting and that everything would work out fine. I ended up having to buy last-minute tickets from a legitimate reseller outside the venue, which cost me almost twice what I'd already paid Connor. So I was out $400 total for tickets that should have cost maybe $150 at face value. The worst part was watching Connor enjoy the entire concert, knowing that he'd stolen my money to help pay for his own ticket. He'd taken advantage of our friendship connection and my trust to fund his night out. When I told my brother what happened, he was furious with Connor and said he'd had no idea his friend was capable of something like that. My brother offered to help me get my money back, but Connor just kept making excuses and promising to pay me back eventually. It's been 2 months now, and I haven't seen a penny from Connor. He avoids my brother's friend group and apparently tells people that I'm being unreasonable about some minor misunderstanding. He's turned the whole situation around to make himself look like the victim. That story is over. Connor really thought he could scam someone and then casually enjoy the same concert right in front of them. The fact that he used a mutual friend connection to build trust makes it even more manipulative. Some people have zero shame when it comes to taking advantage of others. This next story comes from someone who discovered their roommate had some very invasive ideas about kitchen security. My roommate put a hidden camera in the kitchen. I've been living with this girl, Rachel, for about 6 months now. We found each other through a roommate matching app, and everything seemed normal when we first met. She was clean, quiet, had good references, and could afford her half of the rent. The first few months of living together were pretty smooth. We kept to ourselves mostly, split household expenses fairly, and maintained a polite but not overly friendly relationship. Rachel worked from home doing some kind of online marketing, so she was around the apartment a lot more than I was. About 2 months ago, Rachel started making comments about food going missing from the refrigerator. She'd mentioned that her yogurt had disappeared, or that someone had eaten her leftover Chinese food. I figured maybe she was just forgetting what she'd consumed, since I definitely wasn't taking her stuff. The accusations became more frequent and more specific. Rachel would leave notes on the refrigerator asking whoever was eating her food to please stop. She started labeling everything with her name and the date she bought it. She even bought a mini fridge for her bedroom to store what she called her valuable items. I tried talking to Rachel about her concerns, explaining that I bought my own groceries and had no reason to take her food. But she seemed convinced that someone was systematically stealing from her. Even though we were the only two people living in the apartment and I had keys, Rachel's paranoia escalated when she started taking photos of her food before leaving the apartment and then checking it when she returned. She'd measure liquid levels in bottles and count individual items like crackers or cookies. The whole situation was getting weird and uncomfortable. Last week, I was making coffee before work when I noticed something small and black tucked behind our coffee maker. At first, I thought it was just some kind of electronic device that belonged to one of our appliances. But when I looked closer, I realized it was a tiny camera. The camera was positioned to have a perfect view of the entire kitchen, including the refrigerator, counters, and dining table. It was so small and well hidden that I never would have found it if I hadn't been cleaning admitted she'd put it there. Rachel's Ord had installed security. First she denied knowing to catch whoever was eating about it. She finally, maybe our Landl explanation, was that she confronted Rachel about the camera. At anything about it, suggesting that behind the coffee maker. I immediately equipment without telling us. But when I pressed her food, and that this was the only way to get proof of the theft, she seemed genuinely convinced that I was lying about not taking her stuff, and that video evidence would expose the truth. I told Rachel that secretly recording me in our shared living space was completely illegal. She got defensive and said she unacceptable and probably had every right to protect her property, and that I shouldn't be upset unless I was actually guilty of stealing. The argument escalated when Rachel revealed she'd been reviewing the camera footage every day for the past 3 weeks. She'd been watching me cook, eat, clean, and do everything else I normally do in the kitchen, my knowledge or consent. When, all without I demanded to see the footage to prove I hadn't been taking her food, Rachel said she'd already deleted most of it, but that she'd definitely seen suspicious activity. She couldn't provide any specific examples of me actually stealing anything, just vague claims about timing and behaviour that seemed off to her. I told Rachel she needed to remove the camera immediately, and that if I found any other recording devices in the apartment, I'd be calling the police. She reluctantly agreed to take it down, but seemed resentful that I was making such a big deal about her security measures. The next day, I did a thorough search of our apartment and found 2 more cameras. One was hidden in the living room behind some books on our shelf was in the bathroom, and another tucked behind the mirror. Rachel had been recording everything shared spaces I did in our for weeks. When I confronted Rachel about the additional cameras, she broke down and admitted she'd been feeling paranoid about living with a roommate and had installed the cameras to make herself feel safer. She said the food thing had just been an excuse and that she'd really, through her personal, been worried about me going belongings. I immediately started looking for a new place to live. Living with someone who secretly records violation of privacy, you is a massive and trust. Rachel seemed to think her anxiety justified spying on me, but there's no excuse for that level of invasion. Rachel tried to convince me to stay removal forward, but the damage was done. How my privacy going? Promising to could I ever feel the cameras and respect comfortable? In my own home, knowing that my roommate had been watching and recording my every move? I'd reported the situation that I was over to our landlord. Rachel apparently moved out 2 weeks later and told people reacting to a simple security measure, and that I'd been acting suspicious anyway. She completely reframed the situation to make herself look reasonable. That story's over. Rachel really thought secretly recording her roommate for weeks was a reasonable response to missing yogurt. The fact that she had cameras in multiple rooms, including the bathroom, shows this was never really about food theft. Privacy violations like that cross every possible boundary of acceptable roommate behaviour. Our next story involves someone whose father had some questionable ideas about mixing business with family time. My dad invited his boss on our family vacation. Every summer, for the past 10 years, our family has taken this same trip to a lake house that we rent for a week. It's always been our special tradition. Just the four of us, my parents, my younger sister, and me. We look forward to it all year. This year felt especially important because I'd just finished my first year of college and my sister was about to start her senior year of high school. We don't get to spend as much quality time together as we used to, so a family. About this vacation was supposed to be about reconnecting, as 2 weeks before we were supposed to leave, my dad mentioned that he might invite someone else to join us. He'd been dropping hints about work being stressful and how important it was for him to maintain good relationships with his supervisors. When I asked who he was thinking of inviting, Dad said he wanted to ask his boss, Mr. Williams, and his wife to come along for a few days. He explained that Mr. Williams had been talking about wanting to visit the area and that it would be good for Dad's career to spend some informal time together. My mum, sister and I were all immediately opposed to the idea. This was supposed to be our family time, and having Dad's boss there would completely change the dynamic of the trip. We wouldn't be able to relax and be ourselves with essentially strangers around. Dad seemed surprised by our reaction and said we were being selfish. He pointed out that Mr. Williams was a nice guy and that his wife seemed pleasant from the few times they'd met at company events. He made we're being, it sound like wooed by not wanting to welcome his colleagues. When we explained that we'd been looking forward to family bonding time, Dad said that networking was part of being a responsible adult and that this could benefit our whole family if it helped him get promoted. He made it seem like opposing his plan was somehow hurting his career prospects. Despite our objections, Dad went ahead and invited Mr. Williams anyway. He came home from work one day, announcing that they'd accepted and would be joining us for the middle 3 days of our week-long vacation. Dad seemed proud of himself for securing what he called a great opportunity. The vacation itself was exactly as awkward as we'd predicted. Mr. Williams and his wife were polite but formal people who didn't really mesh with our family's casual conversation, felt vacation style. Like it had underlying professional implications. Dad spent the entire time they were there trying to impress his boss. Instead of our usual relaxed activities like fishing or playing board games, Dad kept suggesting things he thought would appeal to Mr. Williams. We ended up doing expensive activities that weren't really our style. The worst part was watching Dad perform this fake version of himself the whole time. He'd laugh too loudly at Mr. Williams's jokes, agree with opinions he normally wouldn't share, and constantly steer conversations toward topics that would showcase his work knowledge. My sister and I felt like we couldn't be ourselves with Dad's boss around. We had to be on our best behaviour constantly, couldn't have any normal family discussions or inside jokes, and felt like we were walking on eggshells the entire time. Even Mum seemed stressed about having to play hostess to people she barely knew during what was supposed to be her relaxation time. She spent hours planning meals and activities to make sure Mr. Williams and his wife were comfortable instead of just enjoying her vacation. The most frustrating part was that Dad couldn't see how his networking agenda had ruined our family time. He kept making comments about what a successful trip it was and how well everyone had gotten along, completely missing the tension that had been obvious to the rest of us. After Mr. Williams and his wife left, we still had 2 days of vacation remaining, but the family dynamic felt off. We were all emotionally drained from 3 days of performing for strangers, and it took time to get back to feeling comfortable with each other. When we got home, Dad seemed to expect us to be grateful for the networking opportunity he'd provided. He talked about how exposure to successful people like Mr. Williams could inspire us, and how important it was for us to understand professional relationships. But the truth was that Dad had prioritised his career advancement over our family tradition and our comfort. He turned our special vacation into a business opportunity without considering how that would affect the rest of us. Looking back, I think Dad genuinely thought he was being smart by combining family time with professional networking. But what he actually did was sacrifice something precious to all of us: for the possibility of career benefits that might not even materialize. That story is over. Dad really thought bringing his boss on a family vacation was going to be some kind of win-win situation. Instead of relaxing lake house vibes, they got 3 days of corporate performance anxiety. Some opportunities just aren't worth the cost to family relationships. Moving to our next tale, this one involves someone whose friend had a very convenient memory problem when it came time to pay the bill. My friend pretended to lose her wallet to avoid paying. This happened about 3 weeks ago when my friend Vanessa and I decided to try this new upscale restaurant downtown that we've been talking about for months. The place was pretty expensive, but we'd both been saving up and figured it would be worth it for a special night out. Vanessa had been the one pushing for us to go to this particular it featured in some restaurant. She'd seen food blog and kept sending me photos of their menu and interior. She seemed genuinely excited about the experience and had even made the reservation herself. We met at the restaurant on a Friday night and had an amazing dinner. We ordered appetizers, entrees, dessert, and a bottle of wine to share. The food was incredible, and we spent almost 3 hours just talking and enjoying ourselves. It felt like one of those perfect friend dates that you remember for years. When the check came, our total was about $200, including tip. We'd agreed beforehand to split everything evenly, so I was expecting to pay around $100. I pulled out my card and waited for Vanessa to do the same. That's when Vanessa started frantically searching through her purse, claiming she couldn't find her wallet. She dumped everything out on the table, checking every pocket and compartment multiple times. She seemed genuinely panicked and kept apologizing for the situation. I offered to cover the whole bill and have her pay me back later, which is what I assumed to transfer me the money as. Vanessa seemed relieved and promised she was hoping I'd suggest soon as we got home. She up. Wed said she felt terrible about the mix, was very apologetic and left the restaurant, and Vanessa suggested we walk around the area for a bit since atmosphere. About 20 minutes after, it was such a nice evening. I agreed, thinking it would be a pleasant way to end our and just enjoyed the downtown night out. We wandered through some shops leaving the restaurant. Vanessa said she wanted to grab a coffee from this Starbucks we were walking past. I caffeine, but I say wasn't particularly interested in Maud. I'd wait for her while she went in. Vanessa order her drink, and then reach into her purse to pay. Through the window, I watched she pulled out what was clearly a wallet and handed the cashier a car and came back outside like nothing had happened. I was confused without any problem. She got her coffee and asked her wallet. She looked surprised and said she'd just discovered it in Ad Vanessa about finding different pocket of her purse, mixed in with some receipts. Me. Vanessa had been she acted like it was a funny coincidence that she'd found it right after dinner. But something about the situation felt off to thorough when searching her purse at the restaurant, and I seemed unlikely that she wouldn't say anything that'd have missed her had watched her check an obvious location. I donned wallet in such every pocket multiple times at night because I didn't want to accuse Mud Money. Overed, paying more attention to Vanessa's behaviour around friend of lying, but the next few days I noticed she hadn't mentioned dinner, even though she'd promised paying me back to transfer the money immediately. When I brought up the reimbursement a week later, Vanessa seemed surprised that I was still expecting payment. She said she thought I'd offered to treat her to dinner, different from our original agreement that it was meant to be a loan, and that she hadn't realised. This was completely... I split the bill Vanessa of our conversation about sharing costs and how she'd specifically promised to pay me back. She got defensive and said she'd been going through financial difficulties and had assumed I could afford to cover the expensive dinner since I'd offered so quickly. The more we talked about it, the more convinced I became that Vanessa had deliberately pretended to lose her wallet to get out of paying. The timing of finding it right after I'd covered the bill, combined with her sudden memory loss about our payment arrangement, was too convenient to be coincidental. I eventually told Vanessa that I felt manipulated and that I didn't think she'd actually lost her wallet at the restaurant. She got angry and accused me of being paranoid and cheap. She said real friends don't keep track of every dollar and that I was ruining our friendship over money. But it wasn't really about the money. it was about the dishonesty. If Vanessa had been upfront about not being able to afford the restaurant, I would have been happy to treat her or suggest somewhere less expensive. The deception was what bothered me most. Vanessa never did pay me back for that dinner, and our friendship never really recovered from the incident. She apparently told other people that I was being unreasonable about a simple misunderstanding, completely leaving out the part about pretending to lose her wallet. That story is over. Vanessa really thought she could pull off the old lost wallet trick and then immediately buy Starbucks right in front of her friend. The fact that she tried to gaslight her way out of paying after being caught makes it even worse. Financial manipulation ruins friendships faster than almost anything else. Our next story comes from someone who discovered their neighbour had some very creative ideas about property ownership. My neighbour tried to charge me for using my driveway. I bought my house about 18 months ago, and it's got this shared driveway situation with my next door neighbour. The previous owner had explained that both properties have legal access to use the driveway, and there's never been any issue with it according to the paperwork. My neighbour Glenn has lived there for about 15 years and seemed pretty normal when I first moved in. We'd wave at each other, make small talk about the weather. Typical neighbour stuff. His side of the driveway was always cluttered with old car parts and random junk, but I figured that was his business. About 3 months ago, Glenn started making comments about the driveway maintenance. He'd mention how much he spent on snow removal in the winter, or how he'd been the one to fill in potholes over the years. I appreciated his efforts and offered to split costs going forward, which seemed to make him happy. But then Glenn started getting weird about my parking habits. He'd make comments about how I was than my fair share of space taking up more, or how my car was positioned wrong. I tried to be accommodating, adjusting where I parked and making sure I wasn't blocking his access. Last month, Glenn knocked on my door with a printed invoice for $200. He said it was my portion of driveway maintenance costs for the past year, including was itemised in sealing and general upkeep. The snow removal, crack invoice look contractor might send. I was confused because we'd never agreed to split past costs, and I'd only been living there for 18 months. When I pointed this out, Glenn said that previous property owners had always contributed to driveway maintenance, and that it was basically a requirement of using the shared space. I told Glenn I'd need to review the property documents before paying anything, since I wanted to understand what my actual obligations were. He seemed annoyed but said he'd give me a week to look into it. When I checked my deed and the shared driveway agreement, there was no mention of mandatory maintenance contributions. The document just outlined usage like not blocking rights and basic responsibilities access. Glenn's invoice had no legal, he came asking about payment basis. I explained this to Glenn when a week defensive and said that later he got the dicing my driveway use owed him for the privilege and that I, just because it wasn't written right thing to do. Didn't mean it wasn't, that want to pay my claimed he'd been subsid. That if conversation got heated when Glenn suggested fair share, maybe I should consider finding place to park a different. He implied that he could make things difficult, liked official for me if I wasn't willing to be a good neighbour. I reminded Glenn that I had equal legal rights to use the driveway and that his maintenance costs were his choice, not my responsibility. He said I was being selfish and that most people would be grateful for all the work he'd done over the years. Things escalated when Glenn started blocking my car in with his truck whenever I didn't park exactly where he wanted me to. He'd move it if I asked, but always with some passive-aggressive comment about respecting shared spaces. The final straw came when I discovered Glenn had installed a small chain across part of the driveway with a sign that read, "Private parking, fee required." He'd essentially tried to turn our shared driveway into his personal toll road. I called the city to report the chain as an illegal obstruction of right-of-way access. They made Glenn remove it within 24 hours and warned him about interfering with legal property access. Glenn was furious and blamed me for involving the authorities in what he called a simple neighbour dispute. Since then, Glenn has been giving me the silent treatment and occasionally leaves passive-aggressive notes about property maintenance on my windshield. He's also started parking his junk closer to my side of the driveway, making it harder for me to man. I've started documenting everything in case this situation gets worse, but I'm hoping Glenn eventually realizes that you can't just charge people fees for using their property rights own legal. That story is over. Glenn really thought he could establish his own private toll booth on a shared driveway that he doesn't even fully own. The level of entitlement required to invoice someone for using their own legal property rights is honestly breathtaking. Some people will literally try to monetize anything, even their neighbors' basic access rights. Our next story comes from someone who discovered that family members aren't always the most reliable tech support. My grandma accidentally joined a dating app. This whole situation started about 2 months ago when my grandma Helen, who's 78, decided she wanted to get on the Facebook to keep in touch with family members who live far away. Grandma Helen is not particularly tech savvy, but she's determined to learn and been asking different modern technology. She family members to help her set up social media accounts, but everyone kept putting her off because helping elderly relatives with technology can be incredibly time-consuming. Finally, my cousin Derek volunteered to help her get connected online. Derek is 22 and thinks he knows everything about computers and phones. He went over to Grandma Helen's house with his laptop and said he'd get her all set up with social media accounts. Derek spent about 2 hours at her house, setting up various accounts and showing her how to navigate different websites. He helped her choose profile pictures, explained how to send messages, and gave her a basic tutorial on posting updates and photos. Grandma Helen was thrilled to finally be connected to the digital world. She spent the next few days exploring her new accounts, posting pictures of her garden, and reconnecting with old friends she hadn't spoken to in years. She was having a great time and felt proud of learning new skills. But then Grandma Helen started getting messages from men she didn't recognize. At first, she thought they might be distant relatives or friends of friends trying to reconnect. The messages were complimentary and friendly, so she responded politely to most of them. The messages became more frequent and more personal. Men and wanting were commenting on her photos, asking about her interests to meet up for coffee or dinner. Grandma Helen was confused but flattered by all the attention from these new acquaintances. She mentioned the situation to my mum during their weekly phone call, describing how many new friends she was making online and how surprised she was that so many people wanted to spend time with her. My mum thought it sounded a little suspicious and decided to investigate. When my mum looked at Grandma Helen's online accounts, she discovered that Derek had accidentally signed her up for a dating app instead of just Facebook. Her profile was listed as single and looking, with photos and personal information that for romantic relationships. The profile made her appear available. Derek had made Grandma Helen sound like she was actively seeking a romantic partner. It included details about her hobbies, her widowed status, and even mentioned that she enjoyed cooking for others and was looking for companionship. My mum immediately called Derek to ask what had happened. Derek seemed genuinely confused that he'd made a mistake during first, then realised the account setup process. Her up for several. Apparently, he'd been rations quickly and had Signy clicking through multiple website rejoice different platforms without paying close attention to what they were. The worst part was that Grandma Helen had been chatting with dozens of men who thought she was a 78-year-old woman looking for love. Some of them had been innocently without very forward about their intentions, and she'd been responding understanding the romantic context of their conversations. Derek had to explain the go back to Grandma Helen's house and misunderstanding. She was mortified when she realised she'd been accidentally flirting with strangers and that all these men thought she was interested in dating them. They had to delete the dating profile and explain to several persistent suitors that there had been a technical error and that Helen wasn't actually looking for a romantic relationship. Some of the men were understanding, but others seemed to think she was just playing hard to get. Grandma Helen was so embarrassed by the whole situation that she almost gave up on social media entirely. She felt like she'd been tricked into inappropriate conversations and was worried that other family members would find out about her accidental dating profile. My Facebook and email mum helped her set up proper accounts, double-checking everything to make sure there were no more surprises. Grandma Helen is back to posting garden photos and chatting with actual family members, but she's much more cautious about accepting friend requests from strangers. Derek felt terrible about the mix-up and has since become much more careful when helping elderly relatives with technology. He learned that quickly clicking through account setups without reading carefully can lead to very awkward situations. That story's over. Derek really speed ran his way through account creation and accidentally turned his grandmother into an online dating sensation. The mental image of a 78-year-old woman unknowingly fielding romantic advances while trying to post flower pictures is both hilarious and mortifying. Technology generation gaps can create some truly spectacular misunderstandings. Moving to our next tale, this one involves someone whose teacher had some questionable ideas about appropriate student communication. My teacher tried to friend me on Snapchat. I'm a 17-year-old high school senior, and this happened with my AP history teacher, Mr. Rodriguez. He's probably in his early 30s and has always been pretty cool compared to other teachers. He makes jokes during class, relates historical events to modern situations, and generally seems like he's trying to make learning more engaging. Mr. Rodriguez is definitely one of those teachers who wants to be seen as the fun, relatable educator rather than the strict authority figure. He references social media trends, uses current slang sometimes, and talks about movies and music that students actually care about. Most people in my class really like him because he doesn't act like a typical boring teacher. About 3 weeks ago, I got a Snapchat friend request from an account I didn't recognise. The username was something like Mr. Rod History 23, and the profile picture was a cartoon character. But when I clicked on it, I could see it was definitely my teacher's face in some of the recent snaps. I was confused about why my teacher would be trying to add me on Snapchat, since that seemed like crossing a line between professional and personal relationships. I didn't accept or decline the request immediately because I was in a situation that's sure how to handle the next day in class. Mr. Rodriguez made a comment about how he'd been trying to find better ways to communicate with students about assignments and study reminders. He said email was too formal and that most students didn't check it regularly anyway. He mentioned that he'd been thinking about using social media to send quick updates about homework changes or test reminders. That's where students actually since pay attention to notifications. The way he brought it up made it seem like he was testing the waters to see how students would react. A few other students in my class mentioned getting similar friend requests from Mr. Rodriguez's Snapchat account. We all thought it was weird, but weren't sure if we were overreacting since he'd framed it as being about school communication. When I talked to my parents about it that night, they were immediately concerned. They said teachers shouldn't be connecting with students on personal social media platforms and that there were proper channels for school-related communication that didn't involve Snapchat. My mum suggested I talk to the guidance counsellor about the situation, since she wasn't sure if this violated school policies, but it definitely seemed inappropriate. She was worried about teachers having access to students' personal social media content. The next to C Day, I went Mrs. Patterson, our guidance counsellor, during lunch. She was definitely concerned when I explained about the Snapchat friend requests. She said the school had clear policies about teacher-student social media interactions, and this wasn't appropriate. Mrs. Patterson said she'd speak with Mr. Rodriguez about proper communication boundaries and remind him about the school's social media policies. She thanked me for bringing it to her attention and said I'd done the right thing by not accepting the friend request. In class later that day, Mr. Rodriguez seemed a little uncomfortable and made a brief announcement about how he'd been exploring different communication methods but had decided to stick with official school channels like email and the class website. He never directly addressed the Snapchat situation, but he seemed to understand that it had been inappropriate. A few students asked him about it after class, and he just said he'd realised there were better ways to handle study reminders that didn't involve personal social media. The whole situation was awkward because Mr. Rodriguez is genuinely a good teacher who I think had innocent intentions about improving communication. But they're rateable, and being's definitely a line between being REL inappropriate and trying to connect with students on Snapchat crossed that line. I still have his friend request sitting there unaccepted, and I'm not sure if I should just ignore it or actively decline it. The whole thing has made me more aware of how some teachers might not fully understand appropriate boundaries with social media and students. That story is over. Mr. Rodriguez really thought Snapchat was the appropriate platform for sending homework reminders to high school students. Even with the best intentions, there's a reason schools have policies about teacher-student social media contact. Some boundaries exist for everyone's protection, no matter how cool you think you are as an educator. Our next story takes us into the world of family gatherings and spectacularly poor timing. My sister-in-law announced her pregnancy at my baby shower. I'm 26 and I've been married to my husband Tom for 3 years. We'd been trying to have a baby for almost 2 years before we finally got pregnant, so this pregnancy was really special to us and our families. My mother-in-law had been planning my baby shower for weeks. She'd sent out invitations, ordered decorations, arranged for catering, and basically put together this beautiful celebration for our upcoming arrival. Tom's whole family was excited because this would be the first grandchild on his side. Tom's sister, Lindsay, is 24 and has been married to her husband for about a year. She's always been a little competitive, too serious, but she tends with me, nothing to make everything about herself when possible. She's person who needs to be the centre of attention at the type of gatherings. Shower was held the baby at my mother-in-law's house on a Saturday afternoon. About 25 women came, including friends, family members, and co-workers. Everything was decorated in yellow and green since we decided to keep the baby's gender a surprise. The first 2 hours of the shower went perfectly. We played games, everyone cooed over the tiny clothes and baby gear, and I felt so loved and supported by all these important women in my life. I was having the time of my life, opening gifts and imagining using everything for our baby. Lindsay had been acting a little strange all afternoon, more quiet than usual, and kind of fidgety. I figured maybe she wasn't feeling well, or was just tired from work. She'd brought a nice gift and seemed happy enough, so I didn't think much about her behaviour. When it came time to open presents, everyone gathered around while I went through each gift. There were adorable outfits, practical items like bottles and diapers, some beautiful handmade Blannen Mental keepsakes that Kets, and even a few S made me tear up. About halfway through the gift opening, right after I'd unwrapped this gorgeous wooden rocking chair from my parents, Lindsay suddenly stood up and cleared her throat loudly. Everyone turned to look at her, thinking maybe she wanted to say something nice about the gifts or the party. Instead, Lindsay announced that she had some exciting news to share with everyone. She said she hadn't planned to tell people yet, but being surrounded by all this baby celebration had inspired her to go ahead and make her announcement. Lindsay pulled out her phone and showed everyone a photo of a positive pregnancy test. She said she and her husband had just found out they were expecting and that she was about 8 weeks along. The room erupted in congratulations and excitement. Suddenly my baby shower had become Lindsay's pregnancy announcement party. Everyone rushed over to hug her and ask questions about her due date, her symptoms, whether they were hoping for a boy or girl. The attention completely shifted away from me and my gifts. I sat there holding a half-opened present, watching everyone celebrate Lindsay's news, while my own celebration got forgotten. Some people didn't even notice that I was still in the middle of opening gifts because they were so focused on Lindsay's announcement. My mother-in-law looked mortified and kept trying to redirect attention back to me and the remaining presents, but Lindsay was soaking up all the congratulations and seemed thrilled to be the centre of attention. She started talking about her pregnancy symptoms and how excited she was. Tom's aunt even made a comment about how wonderful it was that the cousins would be so close in age and grow up together. While that was a nice thought, it felt like my special day was being hijacked by Lindsay's need to share her spotlight. The rest of the gift opening felt rushed and anticlimactic. People were still chatting about Lindsay's pregnancy while I finished unwrapping presents, and several conversations were happening simultaneously instead of everyone focusing on the baby shower activities. After the party, my mother-in-law apologised privately for Lindsay's timing. She said she couldn't believe Lindsay had chosen my baby shower to make her announcement and that it was completely inappropriate. She felt bad that my celebration had been overshadowed. Tom was furious when I told him what happened. He said Lindsay had a pattern of making other people's events about herself and that announcing her pregnancy at my baby shower was selfish and attention-seeking. He wanted to confront her about it. I asked Tom not to say anything because I didn't want to create family drama over what was done, but I was definitely hurt that Lindsay had chosen my special day to share her news. There were so many other opportunities for her to announce her pregnancy that wouldn't have stolen focus from my celebration. Looking back, I think Lindsay genuinely got caught up in the baby-themed atmosphere and thought it would be sweet to share her news. But the timing was really poor, and it turned my baby shower into her pregnancy announcement, which wasn't fair to me or the people who came to celebrate our upcoming arrival. That story is over. Baby shower was the perfect venue. Lindsay really thought a lack of awareness for her own pregnancy announcement. The complete required to hijack someone else's celebration is truly something to behold. There are literally 364 other days in the year she could have chosen, but she picked the one day that was specifically about celebrating someone else's baby. Our next story comes from someone whose boss had some very premature ideas about employment status. My boss told everyone I was quitting. This happened about 6 weeks ago at the marketing agency where I work. I've been there for almost 2 years and generally really like my job. The work is interesting, my co-workers are great, and I've been getting good performance reviews and steady raises. My boss, Janet, can be a little dramatic sometimes, but she's the pretty reasonable to work for type of person who gets really invested in office dynamics and sometimes makes bigger deals out of small situations than necessary. About 2 months ago, I mentioned to Janet that I'd been thinking about eventually going back to school to get my master's degree. Not immediately, but maybe in the next few years when I'd saved up enough money and found the right program. I was just making conversation about long-term goals. Janet seemed supportive when I brought it up, asking questions about what I wanted to study and whether I'd been looking at specific universities. I explained that I was still in the very early research phase and hadn't made any concrete decisions about timing or applications. Also mentioned that when I did eventually go back to school, I'd probably look for a program that would allow me to work part-time so I could stay connected to the marketing industry while pursuing my degree. I emphasized that this was all hypothetical future planning. A few weeks later, I had what I thought was a routine one-on-one meeting with Janet to discuss upcoming deadlines. We discussed some current projects and about normal work stuff, and everything seemed completely typical until the very end of the meeting. As I was getting up to leave, Janet said something about how she appreciated all my hard work and that she wanted to make sure we had enough time to plan for my transition. I was confused and asked what transition she was talking about. Janet looked surprised and said she thought we'd already discussed my plans to leave for graduate school. I explained that I'd mentioned possibly going back to school someday in the future, but that I had no immediate plans to leave my job. She seemed to think I'd given her some kind of timeline or notice, even though our conversation had been entirely planning to quit anytime soon, and that when hypothetical. I clarified that I did eventually pursue further education. I'd give proper her on notice and work with, but something transition planning. Janet said she understood. About her, she hadn't really reaction. Made me think processed what I'd said. She seemed to have already mentally categorized me as someone who was leaving, even though I'd explicitly told her I wasn't. The next co-worker day, Maid asked if I was Amanda pulled me aside and really leaving the company. She said Janet had mentioned in a team meeting that they'd need to start of my responsibilities because thinking about redistributing some I'd be depar was confused and tolting soon. He'd Amanda that I had no plans to leave. She looked surprised and said Janet had made it sound like I'd already given my notice and that they were working on finding my replacement. Over the next few days, more co-workers approached me with questions about my departure. Some people were sad to see me go. Others wanted to know if I'd recommend them for any of my projects. And a few were asking about timeline for when my position would be available. I realised Janet had somehow interpreted my casual mention of future graduate school plans as an immediate resignation. She'd been telling people I was leaving without ever confirming this with me or asking for any kind of formal notice. The When I situation got worse discovered Janet had already posted my job company website. An opening on THED started scheduling interviews with potential replacements. She'd apparently been planning my departure for weeks while of this was happening. When I had no idea any about the job, I confronted Janet genuinely shock posting. She seemed that she said she thought upset. She was being proactive by starting the replacement process early, and that she was just trying to help with what she assumed was my transition plan. I had to explain multiple times that I wasn't quitting, that I had no immediate plans to leave, and that if did decide to pursue graduate, school, I would give proper notice through official channels rather. Janet seemed in casual conversation embarrassed when she realised her mistake, but the damage was already done. She'd told our entire team that I was leaving, posted my job online, and started interviewing candidates to replace me. Undoing all of that was awkward and confusing for everyone involved. The worst part was that Summer Coyle, when I explained that I wasn't actually of my co-workers, seemed skept leaving. They thought maybe I'd changed my mind about quitting, rather than believing understood that Janet had missed situation from the beginning. It took weeks to straighten everything out, and even now, people occasionally ask me about my departure timeline, or whether I'm still planning to go back to school soon. Janet's premature announcement created this ongoing confusion about my employment status. That story's over. Janet really heard. Maybe grad immediately started planning fared school someday, annual parties and replacement interviews. The leap from casual future planning to immediate resignation is honestly impressive in its complete misunderstanding of basic workplace communication. Some managers will really run with any excuse to start a dramatic transition process. Moving to our next tale, this one involves someone whose friend had a very loose definition of creative inspiration. My friend stole my vacation photos and made a travel blog. This situation unfolded over the past few months, and I'm still processing how someone I trusted could be so deceptive about something so personal. My friend Rebecca and I have known each other since college, and we've always been pretty close. She's artistic, creative, and has always been interested in photography and writing. I've always admired her talents and supported her various creative projects over the years. Last summer, I took this amazing 3-week trip through Europe with my boyfriend. We visited 8 different countries, stayed in incredible places, and had experiences I'd been dreaming about for years. I took hundreds of photos documenting everything from famous landmarks to tiny local cafes. Throughout the trip, I was sharing photos on social media and sending updates to friends and family back home. Rebecca was one of the people who seemed most interested in following on every post and ask along with our adventures. She'd comment detailed questions about where we'd been and what we'd seen. When I got back home, Rebecca kept asking to see more photos from the trip. I was happy to share since I was still excited about all the amazing places we'd visited. I showed her my favourite shots and told her stories about the experiences behind each image. Rebecca seemed genuinely fascinated by the trip and kept asking for specific details about locations, restaurants, hotels, and activities. I, good friend by thought, she was just being a showing interest in something that had been so meaningful to me. A few months after my trip, Rebecca mentioned that she'd been working project, but was on a new creative, keeping it secret, until it was something she'd been passionate launch. She said it was ready to about for a while, and it could that she thought potentially become a source her. I was excited of income forward for Rebecca and supportive of her pursuing new creative ventures. She'd always been talented, but sometimes lacked the confidence to put her work out into I was gla the world. So project she see on as she was taking initiative. Becca and Wandering With revealed her secret project. She'd created a travel blog called About. Last month, Rebecca finally had been posting detailed travel guides and photo essays about various European destinations. The attracted a decent blog looked professional and had already following. When I looked at the blog more closely, I realised something was very wrong. Images directly. The photos Rebecca she'd taken was using were my photos from my European trip. From my social media accounts and personal photo collection only was she using, but she was, edited them slightly, and posted them as if she'd taken them herself. Not my photos, also using stories and experiences from my trip as content for her blog posts. Detailed descriptions of restaurants in and activities we'd done were all we'd eaten at, hotels we'd stay presented as Rebecca's own travel experiences. Rebecca had written elaborate posts about visiting of her supposed travels, my photos as evidence places she blogged never been using. She'd even fake create itineraries and travel tips based entirely on information her about had shared with had affiliate trip. The blog links for my actual booking sites and travel gear, meaning Rebecca was potentially making money from content that was completely base. Shed on my experiences and photographs had essentially stolen my entire vacation and turned it into her personal brand. When I confronted Rebecca, my photos, and about using stories without permission, she tried to claim that my stories without permission. She initially tried to downplay the situation. She said she was just using my content as inspiration and that travel blogging was all about sharing experiences and recommendations. I explained that there's a huge difference between being inspired by someone's trip and literally stealing their photos and personal stories to create fake content. Rebecca seemed genuinely surprised that I was upset, saying she thought I'd be flattered that she found my travel experiences worth sharing. The conversation got more heated when I pointed out that she was potentially making money from affiliate links and sponsored content based entirely on places she'd never visited and experiences she'd never had. She was essentially committing fraud by representing herself as someone who'd travelled to these destinations. Rebecca tried to justify her actions by saying that all travel bloggers use similar photos and that many people write about places based on research rather than personal experience. She acted like what she'd done was completely normal in the travel blogging world. But when I showed her specific examples of my photos that she'd used, including some very personal shots of my boyfriend and me at various landmarks, Rebecca finally seemed to understand how inappropriate her actions were. She'd stolen intimate moments from my relationship and presented them as part of her own travel narrative. The most disturbing part was discovering that Rebecca had been planning this from the beginning. She hadn't just opportunistically used my photos after I got back from the trip. She'd been collecting my images and information throughout my vacation with the intention of creating her blog content. Rebecca had basically used our friendship as a way to source free content for her creative project. She'd pretended to be interested in my experiences while actually gathering material she could use for her own financial benefit. When I demanded that she remove all my photos and stop using my travel experiences for her blog, Rebecca initially resisted. She said she'd put a lot of work into creating the blog posts and that taking them down would hurt her growing follower count. I had to threaten legal action before Rebecca finally agreed to remove the stolen content. Even then, she seemed resentful rather than genuinely sorry about what she'd done. She acted like I was being unreasonable by not letting her continue using my photos and stories. The whole experience completely destroyed our friendship. I couldn't trust someone who would steal such personal content and then act entitled to continue using it. Rebecca had violated not just my intellectual property, but also my trust in our relationship. Months later, I occasionally find my photos still being used on other travel websites or social media accounts, apparently redistributed from Rebecca's blog before she took it down. The internet never really forgets, and my personal vacation memories are now scattered across various platforms without my consent. That story is over. Rebecca really thought inspiration meant literally copy-pasting someone else's entire vacation into her own fake travel persona. The fact that she was monetizing stolen memories and photos while acting shocked that anyone would object is peak creative parasitism. Some people will really exploit any source of free content, even their closest friendships. Our next story comes from someone whose co-worker had some very inappropriate ideas about workplace communication. My co-worker called my mum to complain about me. I work at a mid-sized accounting firm where I've been employed for about 2 years. The job is pretty standard office work, processing invoices and managing client accounts. Most of my co-workers are professional, and we generally get along well. There's this one woman, Patricia, who sits in the cubicle next to mine. She's probably in her late 50s and has been with the company for over a decade. Patricia can be a bit intense sometimes, very particular about how things should be done, and not shy about sharing her opinions on office procedures. About a month ago, Patricia and I had a disagreement about how to handle a client billing issue. It wasn't a huge deal, just different approaches to solving the same problem. I thought we should contact the client directly for clarification, while Patricia wanted to make assumptions based on previous billing patterns. Our supervisor ultimately decided to go with my suggestion, which resolved the issue quickly and efficiently. Patricia seemed annoyed that her approach wasn't chosen, but I figured she'd get over it, since these kinds of minor workplace disagreements happen all the time. Over the next few weeks, Patricia started making small comments about my work methods and questioning my decisions on various projects. Nothing major, but enough to create tension between our cubicles. She'd make little sighs when I'd answer my phone, or mutter under her breath about young people and their lack of experience. I tried to stay professional and not let Patricia's attitude affect my work, but her passive-aggressive behaviour was starting to wear on me. I considered talking to our supervisor about it, but I didn't want to seem like I couldn't handle basic interpersonal office dynamics. Last week, I came home from work to find my mum waiting for me with a very confused expression. She said she'd received a phone call at her workplace that afternoon from someone claiming to be my co-worker who needed to discuss my professional behaviour. Apparently, Patricia had somehow obtained my emergency contact information from our office files and decided to call my mother to complain about me. She'd introduced herself as my colleague and said she was concerned about my attitude and work performance. According to my mum, Patricia had spent almost 20 minutes detailing various complaints about my supposedly unprofessional behaviour, my lack of respect for senior employees, and my general attitude around the office. She'd made it sound like I was some kind of problem employee who was disrupting the entire workplace. Patricia had told my mum that she felt someone needed to speak with me about showing more respect to experienced co-workers and following established office procedures. She'd suggested that perhaps my parents hadn't taught me proper workplace etiquette and that some guidance from home might be necessary. My mum was completely bewildered by the call. She'd never had a co-worker of mine contact her about work issues, and she couldn't understand why a professional adult would think it was appropriate to involve someone's parents in workplace disputes. I was mortified and furious. Patricia had crossed every possible line of professional behaviour by calling my mother to complain about me, like I was some kind of troubled teenager whose parents needed to intervene in my adult life and career. The next morning, I immediately went to our supervisor to report what Patricia had done. My supervisor was shocked and said she'd never heard of anything so inappropriate in her 15 years of management. She said Patricia's behaviour was completely unacceptable and potentially violated several company policies. When our supervisor confronted Patricia about the phone call, Patricia initially seemed confused about why everyone was so upset. She said she'd just been trying to help me improve my professional development by getting my family involved in supporting my growth. Patricia actually seemed to think she'd done me a favour by calling my mum. She said that sometimes young employees need guidance from home to understand proper workplace behaviour, and she'd been trying to be helpful by reaching out to my support system. Our supervisor explained to Patricia that contacting employees' family members about workplace issues was completely inappropriate and could constitute harassment. She said that all workplace concerns should be addressed through proper company channels, not through personal phone calls to people's relatives. Patricia was written up for the incident and required to attend additional professional behaviour training. She was also warned that any future inappropriate contact with employees' personal contacts would result in more serious disciplinary action. Since then, Patricia has been giving me the cold shoulder, but at least she stopped making passive-aggressive comments about my work. I think she's finally realised that calling someone's parents to complain about them isn't normal adult behaviour. My mum still occasionally brings up the incident and laughs about how surreal it was to receive a workplace complaint call about her adult daughter. She said it reminded her of getting calls from my elementary school principal, except I'm 24 years old with a college degree and a professional job. That story's over. Patricia really thought calling someone's mother was an appropriate escalation for minor office disagreements. The fact that she genuinely believed involving parents in adult workplace conflicts was helpful shows a complete disconnect from professional reality. Some people never quite figured out that elementary school tattling tactics don't translate to corporate environments. Moving to our next tale, this one involves someone who discovered their ex had some very questionable gift-giving habits. My ex's new girlfriend sent me my own clothes back. This whole bizarre situation started unfolding about 3 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to process the levels of awkwardness involved. I dated my ex-boyfriend Marcus for about 2 years before we broke up 6 months ago. The breakup was pretty amicable, just one of those situations where we realised we weren't compatible long-term. We didn't have any dramatic fights or major betrayals, just gradually grew apart and decided to end things before we started resenting each other. When we broke up, Marcus kept some of my belongings that I'd left at his apartment over the course of our relationship. Nothing super valuable, just clothes I'd worn during sleepovers, a few books, some toiletries, basic stuff that accumulates when you spend a lot of time at someone's place. I wasn't too concerned about getting everything back immediately, since most of it was replaceable, and I didn't want to make the breakup more complicated than necessary. Marcus said he'd put my things in a box and I could pick them up whenever was convenient, but we never got around to coordinating that exchange. A few months after we broke up, I heard through mutual friends that Marcus had started dating someone new. I was happy for him, since our relationship had definitely run its course, and I hoped he'd found someone more compatible than we'd been. I didn't think much about this new relationship until I got a package delivered to my apartment with no return address. Inside were several items of clothing that looked familiar, but I couldn't immediately place where they'd come from. When I examined the clothes more closely, I realised they were things I'd left at Marcus's apartment during our relationship. A sweater I'd worn during one of our movie nights, a pair of pyjama pants I'd forgotten after a sleepover, a t-shirt I'd borrowed from him but never returned. But here's where it gets weird. The clothes had clearly been worn by someone else since I'd last seen them. They were clean, but they smelled like unfamiliar perfume and had been altered slightly to fit someone with different measurements than mine. The most obvious example was a dress that I'd left at Marcus's place after a date night. When I got it back, the hem had been taken up several inches and the waist had been taken in. Someone had literally tailored my clothing to fit them better. Along with the clothes was a handwritten note that said, "I thought you might want these back. Thanks for letting me borrow them. Ashley." And say, the tone was friendly, like we were acquaintances who had some kind of understanding about sharing clothes. I was completely confused about who Ashley was and why she was sending me clothing that had apparently been altered to fit her. It took me a few minutes to realise that Ashley must be Marcus's new girlfriend and that he'd somehow given her my old clothes as if they were just general wardrobe items. The more I thought about it, the more disturbed I became. Marcus had apparently been letting his new girlfriend wear clothes that belonged to his ex-girlfriend without telling her where they came from. Ashley had been unknowingly wearing my personal belongings. I called one of our mutual friends to ask if they knew anything about this situation. They confirmed that Ashley was indeed Marcus's new girlfriend and that she seemed really nice, but they had no idea about any clothing situation. When I described what had happened, my friend was as confused as I was. They couldn't understand why Marcus would give his new girlfriend his ex's clothes, or why Ashley would alter and wear them if she knew where they came from. The whole thing was so bizarre that I decided to reach out to Ashley directly to figure out what had happened. I found her on social media and sent her a polite message explaining who I was and asking if we could talk about the clothes situation. Ashley responded immediately and seemed genuinely shocked to learn that the clothes had belonged to Marcus's ex-girlfriend. She said Marcus had told her they were items from his sister, who had moved out of state and couldn't take everything with her. According to Ashley, Marcus had presented the clothes as hand-me-downs from family that would otherwise go to donation. She'd been grateful for the free wardrobe additions and had spent her own money getting some pieces tailored to fit her properly. Ashley was mortified when she realised she'd been wearing her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend's clothes for months. She said she never would have accepted them if she'd known the truth, and she felt manipulated by Marcus's deception. We ended up having a long conversation about Marcus and his tendency to take shortcuts in uncomfortable situations rather than dealing with things directly. Ashley had noticed other instances where he'd been less than truthful about minor things, but this clothing situation was a major red flag for her. Ashley decided to confront Marcus about lying to her, and apparently their relationship didn't survive that conversation. She broke up with him after realising that someone who would lie about something so weird would probably lie about more important things too. I felt bad that my attempt to understand the clothing situation had inadvertently caused problems in their relationship, but Ashley said she was grateful to learn about Marcus's dishonesty before their relationship got more serious. That story's over. Marcus really thought he could recycle his ex-girlfriend's wardrobe as mystery hand-me-downs from his fictional generous sister. The fact that Ashley spent her own money tailoring clothes that didn't actually belong to her makes this situation even more layers of deception and awkwardness than most people could navigate in a lifetime. Some people will really lie about anything to avoid having uncomfortable conversations. Our next story takes us into the world of package theft and creative parenting excuses. My neighbour's kid keeps stealing my packages. I live neighbourhood where package in this quiet suburban deliveries usually sit on porches all day without any problems. Most of the neighbours are pretty trustworthy people, and we've never really had issues with theft or anything like that. The problem started about 4 months ago when I began noticing that packages weren't making it to my door, even though tracking showed they'd been delivered. At first I thought maybe delivery drivers were leaving them at the wrong address, or that there was some kind of mix-up with the delivery service. I started paying being delivered to my closer attention and realised the packages were definitely porch because I could see the delivery trucks stopping in front of my house. But by the time I'd get home from work, the packages would be gone. After losing about 5 packages over the course of a few weeks, I decided to install a doorbell camera to see what was happening. The first day I had it set up, I caught exactly what I'd been suspecting, but hoping wasn't true. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, right after school kid from down let out, the street where packages were sitting would walk by my house and grab whatever on my porch. He'd stuff them into his backpack, like it was completely normal, and just keep walking home. The kid looked like he was maybe 12 or 13 years old, and I recognised to the family that him as belonging lives about 4 houses down from me. His parents seemed nice enough from the few interactions I'd had with them at neighbourhood gatherings. I watched the camera footage for a few more days and confirmed that this kid was systematically stealing my packages almost every afternoon. He wasn't just taking them randomly. He was clearly making it part of his after-school routine. I decided to approach his parents directly, rather than calling the police right away, since he was just a kid, and I figured his parents would want to handle the situation themselves once they knew what was happening. When I knocked on their door and explained the situation, showing them video evidence of their son taking my packages, I expected them to be mortified and etic. Instead, his apolog mother just shrugged and said, "Boys will be boys. She acti theft was just like packages chef. Some kind of harmless child who's stealing like apples from a neighbour's tree or something." She said kids are naturally curious and that I shouldn't take. I pointed out that stealing it so seriously. When mail and packages is actually a federal crime and of dollars worth of items that I had lost hundreds, she got defensive. She said I was overreacting and that her son probably didn't understand that what he was doing was wrong. I asked if she could talk to him about returning the items he'd taken and making sure it didn't happen again. She said she'd mention it to him, but that packages delivered to my workplace should probably just get my if I was so worried about security. The conversation ended with her basically dismissing the entire situation and making problem for not being more understanding. It seemed like I was the about her son's behaviour. She never actually promised that the stealing would stop. The kid on sure enough, the next week I caught camera taking another package. When I went back to talk to his parents, he's the door this father answer time. He had the same attitude as his wife, saying that kids make mistakes and I needed to be more patient. He suggested that maybe I was leaving packages out as some kind of temptation and that I should take my own delivery more responsibility for securing series. He made it sound like I was somehow encouraging his son to steal by having packages delivered to my own house. When I insist immediately, he got angered that this was theft and needed to stop was essentially just about worried and said I was being dramatic. He acted childhood phased, like I was trying to criminalise normal kid behaviour. The final straw came when I caught the kid on of my packages, right camera, opening one there on my porch, walking away. He'd stolen dropping everything on the ground before contents, and then just looking through and destroyed a birthday gift I'd ordered for my sister to filed a report, providing them. I called the police with all the camera footage I'd collected over the past month. The officer who came out was professional and said package theft was definitely something they took seriously, regardless apparently furious with me for involving it. When the police went to talk to the kids' parents, they were of the age of the person doing law enforcement instead of handling it privately. The mother called me later that day, angry that I'd gotten the authorities was completely unnecessary for what she still her son in trouble with the police. She said I was being vindictive and that involving insisted was just harmless childhood behaviour. She did finally stop not tolerating ongoing theft. The police like I was the villain in this situation for the package stealing, but now the kids' parents won't speak to me, and they've apparently told other neighbours that I'm some kind of unreasonable person who calls the police on children for minor mistakes. I still see the kid occasionally when he's walking home from school, and he glares at me like I'm the one who did something wrong. His parents have created this narrative where I'm the bad guy for not accepting that their son was stealing my mail. That story's over. The mental gymnastics required to frame federal mail theft as harmless childhood curiosity is fusion. Some parents truly Olympic-level Dell will defend absolutely any behaviour rather than actually parent their children. The fact that they're still mad at their neighbour instead of their thieving kid shows exactly in the first place. Speaking why this problem exists who completely of people miss the point, this next story involves someone whose mum's friend had some very questionable ideas about business networking. My mum's friend tried Business.com to use my wedding for her photography. I got months ago, and it married 3 was honestly the most beautiful day of my life. My husband and I had been planning this wedding for over a year, saved up thousands of dollars, and invited about 150 of our closest friends and family members. One of the people we invited was my mum's friend Carol, who she's known since college. Carol is a nice enough woman, but she's always been a little bit about her various business ventures. She's everything try from selling essential oils to making custom jewellery, and she tends to turn every social gathering into a networking opportunity. About 2 months before got end that she'd recently the wedding, Carol mentioned into photography and had been building a portfolio of her work. She showed me some photos local she'd taken at events, and while they weren't terrible, they definitely weren't professional quality. Carol her camera to the wedding and Takesome asked if she could bring candid shots, just for practice. She promised she wouldn't interfere with our official photographer and wanted to capture some informal, said she just moments for. I was at her own portfolio development, little hesitant, but my mum encouraged me to let she was Genu Carol bring her camera since Ainley, trying to improve her photography skills. I figured it couldn't hurt to have some extra photos, as long as she stay her moments. On the day of the wedding, Carol showed out of the way, dringed up with professional, started taking photos of everything looking equipment, and immediately, not just candid moments, but pose shots of, and even some of the formal, the decorations, the venue set up family photos we were taking with our hired photographer. During the ceremony itself, I noticed Carol moving around quite a bit, positioning herself to get different angles and occasionally stepping into areas that were supposed to be reserved for our actual photographer. She was being expected, but more intrusive than I was too focused on getting marry reception, was where things really to worry about it. That got out of hand. Carol was everywhere, taking photos of the cake cutting, the first dance, and basically every significant moment of our celebration. She was acting like she was the official photographer, rather than just a guest with a camera. But the worst part came during dinner when I noticed Carol approaching different tables and handing out business cards to our wedding guests. She was introducing herself as the wedding photographer and telling people about her photography services. I watched in horror as Carol gave her card to my new friends, and even some of my husband's work-in-laws, some of my college colleagues. She was using our wedding reception as her personal networking event and presenting herself as if we'd hired her professionally. When I confronted Carol about what she was doing, she seemed genuinely confused about why I was upset. She said she was just trying to build her client base and that weddings were great places to meet people who might need photography services in the future. I explained that she was misleading our guests by implying that she was our official photographer and that it was inappropriate to use our wedding as a business opportunity. Carol seemed to think I was overreacting and said an entrepreneur. The situation that networking was just part of being got worse when several guests came up to me asking about our photographer and complimenting the work Carol was doing. They assumed we'd hired her and wanted to get her contact information for their own future events. I had to explain to multiple, actually our photographer people, that Carol wasn't just a family friend who was taking pictures for practice. Some people seemed she wasn't working professionally. Howard confused about why she'd been handing out business cards, IFD, because Carol kept getting in his way. And sometimes actual photographer was also getting frustrated, blocking his shots during important, trying to be polite, but her moments. He'd been constant presence was making it difficult for him to do his job effectively. After the reception, I found out that Carol had posted several photos from our wedding on her social media accounts, advertising them as examples of her professional wedding photography work. She was using our special day as marketing material without even asking for permission. When I asked Carol to remove the photos and stop using our wedding in her business promotions, she got defensive. She said the photos were her artistic work and that she should be allowed to showcase her talents however she wanted. Carol seemed to genuinely believe that being invited to our wedding gave her the right to treat it as a business opportunity. She couldn't understand why I was upset about her networking with our guests and using our photos for self-promotion. My mum was mortified when she found out what Carol had done and apologised profusely for encouraging me to let her bring her camera. She said she'd had no idea Carol would turn our wedding into her personal marketing event. The whole experience taught me that their own benefit, even some people will exploit any situation for something as personal and sacred as a wedding. Carol had taken reality and turned it into a business opportunity without any regard for how inappropriate our trust and hospit that was. That story is over. Carol really said hold my bouquet and watch me turn this sacred ceremony into my personal trade show. The fact that she was hending to be the official photographer is sanding out business cards during dinner while prep peak wedding crasher energy. Some people have absolutely no shame when it comes to mixing. Tale comes from someone whose boss inappropriate social situations. Our next business with completely cements. My boss announced that your ideas about workplace renown had some very pre my engagement before I could. I work at this mid-sized marketing company where office gossip travels faster than actual, where everyone knows everyone else's business, and personal work emails. It's one of those places news becomes public knowledge pretty quickly, where the mountains. It was this beautiful, intimate moment, a weekend trip we took to 6 weeks ago. My boyfriend proposed to me during You Want It To or Not. About that we'd been building, and I was absolutely over the moon about toured for months, the whole thing. When I got back to work on Monday, I was still glowing from the proposal, but hadn't really decided how or when to share the news with my co-workers. I wanted to tell my close friends at work personally before it became general office knowledge. The problem started when my co-worker Amanda noticed my engagement ring during our morning meeting. She pulled me aside afterward and asked if I had exciting news to share. I confirmed that I'd gotten engaged over the weekend, but asked her to keep it quiet until I had a chance to tell people myself. Amanda promised she wouldn't say anything, and I trusted her to respect my wishes about keeping the news private for a few more days. I wanted to tell my work best friend Lisa first, and then maybe make rest of the team when a casual announcement to the IT felt right. But apparently, Amanda couldn't keep 4 hours. By the secret for even 20 Tuesday afternoon, I started getting congratulations from people I barely interact with at work. It was clear that word had spread throughout the entire office. When I asked Amanda about it, she seemed embarrassed and admitted that she'd mentioned it to one other person who must have told everyone else. She apologised, but the damage was already done. My personal news had become office gossip before I'd even had a chance to share it properly. I figured I'd just go with it and officially announce my engagement during our weekly team meeting on Friday. At least that way, I could control the narrative and share my own terms rather than having everything filtered through. Office some details on rumours. But Thursday morning, my boss Richard called an impromptu all-hands meeting to discuss some company updates and general announcements. These meetings usually cover things like new policies, upcoming projects, or staff changes. I was sitting in the conference room with about 30 other employees when Richard started talking about celebrating team milestones and personal achievements. He said he wanted to recognise some exciting news that had been circulating around the office. To my absolute horror, Richard then announced that I'd gotten engaged over the weekend and that everyone should congratulate me on this exciting life milestone. He presented it like he was doing me a favour by giving company meeting. I felt my engagement official recognition my face turned bright red as everyone turned to look at me and started clapping. People were smiling and offering congratulations, but I was mortified that my boss had just announced my personal news to the entire company without asking my permission. Richard seemed proud of himself for acknowledging my engagement publicly, like he was being a thoughtful manager by celebrating his employees' personal happiness. He had no idea that he'd completely stolen my thunder and violated my privacy. After the meeting, I approached Richard privately to ask why he'd announced my engagement without checking with me first. He seemed genuinely surprised that I wasn't thrilled about the public recognition and said he'd thought I'd appreciate the company-wide congratulations. I explained that I'd been planning to share the news myself, and that having him announce it at an official meeting felt conversation got awkward when I tried to explain that personal workplace culture but inappropriate. Richard looked confused and said he'd impersonal and celebrating employee milestones. They'd been trying to create a positive, support news should be shared by the person idea about why my of them seemed confuselates me, but some effects not announced by management as part of company rateful for what business. Richard seemed to think I was being He considered co-workers approached me after the meeting to congrat a nice gesture. Several whole things more informally. The company meeting, rather than share engagement, had been announced at a worst part was that Richard had gotten rhetoric. The rather than celeb felt forced and corporate his announcement. He'd said some details wrong and gotten engaged during a romantic dinner when it had actually been during a hiking trip. He'd been working from incomplete office gossip rather than actual facts. Looking back, I realised Reef boss, but Hist was probably just trying to be a support approach, completely backfired. Instead of feeling celebrated, I felt like my personal milestone had been turned into a company announcement that I had no control over. The whole experience taught me to be much more careful about what personal information gets shared at work, since apparently anything you person becomes tell one fair game for company smints. That story is over. Richard really thought wider now he was creating some kind of hallmark workplace moment by announcing someone else's engagement at company, a mandatory meeting. Nothing says romance like having your personal milestone delivered as corporate business, alongside policy updates and quarterly reports. Some managers really need to learn the difference between supportive leadership and boundary-crossing overshare. Moving to our next story, this one involves someone who's cousin-ding. My cousin Copy had some very questionable ideas about family bond my entire tattoo design. I got my first tattoo about 8 months ago after thinking about it for years. It's this really meaningful piece on my shoulder that represents my journey through in my life. A difficult period, I worked with a tattoo artist for weeks to create something completely custom and personal. The design incorporates elements from a symbol favourite book that represents my late grandmother, and some geometric patterns that just speak to me aesthetically. Its sessions to complete and took 3 cost me almost $1,000, but it was worth every penny because so unique it's cousin Morganelli mine. Mide I use and to be really close when we were kids, but we've drifted apart over the past few years as we've gotten older and our lives have gone in different directions. She lives across the country now, so we mostly keep in touch through social media and occasional family gatherings. When I posted photos de tattoo online of my finish, Morgan was one of the first people to comment. She said it was absolutely beautiful and asked me all sorts of questions about the meaning behind different elements and how long it had taken to I was happy design. To share the story behind the tattoo, since it was such a meaningful piece for me, I explained the symbolism, talked about working with the artist, and even shared some of the preliminary sketches that had led to the final design. Morgan seemed genuinely interested and said she'd been thinking about getting her first tattoo too. She asked for recommendations about finding a good artist and what the process was like. I was excited to help her since getting a tattoo is such a big decision. About 3 months later, Morgan posted photos of her new tattoo on social media. When I saw the images, I literally dropped my phone. She had gotten the exact same tattoo as mine, in the same location, with identical details and proportions. I mean, exactly the same. Every line, every symbol, every element of shading was perfectly replicated. It was like looking at a photograph of my own tattoo on someone else's body. She'd somehow found a way to copy my custom design with complete precision. I called Morgan immediately to ask what had happened. At first she tried to play it off, like it was just a coincidence, saying that great minds think alike, and that we'd always had similar tastes in art and design. When I pressed her about the identical details, Morgan finally admitted that she'd taken my photos to add them to recreate the tattoo artist and ask design exactly. She said she'd been so inspired by my tattoo that she wanted something similar to feel more connected to me. I explained that the tattoo was deeply personal to me and that having an identical copy felt like a violation of something very private. The symbols and elements weren't just decorative, they represented specific experiences and people that were meaningful to my life, not hers. Morgan seemed genuinely confused about why I was upset. She said she thought I'd be flattered that she loved my tattoo enough to get the same one. My design was some kind of tribute, acted like copying to our family to explain that the connection. I tries a difference between being inspired by someone's tattoo and literally custom design. She detail of a copying every could have taken elements she liked and created her own version, but instead she'd replace supposed to be uniquely minicated something that was. The conversation got heated when Morgan said I was being selfish about what was essentially just a picture onuswa meant skin. She claimed that tat to be art and that art is meant to be shared and appreciated by everyone. She also said that since we were family, she should be allowed to have the same tattoo because it represented our shared history and connection. She was trying to frame her copying as some kind of family bonding experience. I pointed out that the elements of my tattoo were specific to my personal experiences and relationships, not our shared family history. The symbol for my grandmother was from my father's side, which wasn't even related to Morgan's family line. When I asked her to consider getting the tattoo modified or covered up with something more, refuse her. Morgan Personal Todd. She said she loved the design and wasn't going to change possessive about body, it just because I was being art. The whole situation has created tension in our family because people that I'm being unreasonable about her tattoo choice. She's framed it like I'm trying to control what she does with her own body, rather jing that she than acknowledge design. Other copied my personal family members have asked just me to let it go, since it's not worth fighting about. Time I see, but every photos of Morgan's tattoo, it like a feels that was deeply violation. She took something meaningful and personal to me and made it about herself. The worst part is that now when people see my tattoo, they sometimes ask if it's the same as Morgan's, or comment about how we have matching family tattoos. Something that was supposed to be uniquely mine has become associated with her really thought too. That story is over. Morgan copy-pasting someone's deeply personal tattoo was a sweet family bonding moment. The fact that she included symbols representing someone else's grandmother shows just how completely she missed the point of custom body art. Some people will literally steal your skin-deep personal expression and call it flattery. Our next story comes from someone who discovered their landlord had some very creative interpretations of tenant privacy rights. My landlord keeps entering my apartment to water the plants. I moved into my current apartment about 7 months ago, and the lease seemed pretty standard when I signed it. Normal rent, reasonable deposit, basic rules about noise and maintenance requests. My landlord, Mr. Peterson, seemed professional during the walkthrough and said he preferred to give tenants their privacy. The apartment came completely empty when I moved in. Just basic fixtures and clean walls, no furniture, no decorations, and definitely no plants. I've never been much of a plant person anyway, the place happy to keep, so I was perfectly simple with just my own belongings. About 2 months after I moved in, I start my apartment wollasing that things in be slightly different when I came home from work. Nothing major, just small changes. Chair moved like a few inches or a book placed differently on my coffee table. At first I thought maybe I was just misremembering where I'd left things. Royed about that I was being power in my living space. But the always changes kept happening regularly. Me feel like someone's small adjustments that maid had been in my apartment while I was out. I decided to set up small tests to see if someone was actually entering my place without permission. I'd leave a pen in a specific position on my kitchen counter, or arrange my shoes in a particular way by the door, had moved when then check if I got home. Sure enough, things were definitely being moved around. Someone was coming into my apartment regularly, but they were trying to be subtle about it. They'd put things back close to where they'd found them, but not exactly in the same positions. I called Mr. Peterson to ask if building maintenance needed access to my apartment for any reason. He said there'd be maintenance work, and that he hadn't been any schedule to think of any reason anyone would need to enter my unit. But the intrusions continued. I started coming find evidence that someone had been in my kitchen home too, my living or even my bedroom. Nothing room, Anne was ever stolen or damaged, but my privacy was clearly a regular basis. The being violated on mystery was solved about 3 weeks ago when I came here home early from work with to take Dake and decide a sick day. I was when I heard a key couch around noon, lying in my front door, locked into my apartment, carrying Peterson, Walker, Mr. Confident like a small watering can, completely he belonged there. He was heading toward my living room window when he noticed me on the couch and nearly jumped out of his skin. I asked him what he was doing in my apartment, and he seemed flustered but not apologetic. He explained that he was there to water the plants and that he'd been maintaining them for months without any problems dot around my apartment to have any plants. Therein pointed out the obvious fact that I wasn't a single green thing in my entire living space. Mr. Peterson seemed genuinely confused and kept insisting that the plants needed daily care. He walked over to my empty windowsill and started making watering motions with his can, like he was tending to invisible plants. He talked about how well they'd been growing and how important it was to keep them properly hydrated. I realised that Mr. Peterson was having either some kind of mental health episode or was completely delusional about the contents I seam of my apartment. He Gina to believe there were plants in my living space that required his daily attention. When I told him there were no plants and asked him to leave, Mr. Peterson became agitated. He insisted that he'd been caring for these plants for years and that they'd die without his daily watering routine. He started describing specific were he claimed plants that positioned around my apartment, talking about Aaron by F the sook window and some my bookshelf. He wasculents on detail creating descriptions that absolutely of plants I hard did not exist, to physically guide Mr. Peterson to care responsibilities the door, while he continued talking about his plant, genuinely distressed about. He seemed were a ban he believed owning what living plants that depended on him. After my locks and called a he left, I immediately changed lawyer to ask about my rights regarding landlord access, documenting everything in case this behaviour continued. Or, I also started escalated. Mr. Peterson has knocked on my door several times since then, asking to check on the plants. Each time, I've reminded him that there are no plants in my apartment, but he seems unable to accept this reality. I've started looking for a new apartment because living with a landlord who believes he needs to enter my space daily to care for imaginary plants is not sustainable. The whole situation is too bizarre and invasive to continue. That story is over. Mr. Peterson really spent months sneaking into someone's apartment to water plants that existed only in his imagination. The mental image of him carefully watering empty windowsills while explaining plant care to no one is both deeply concerning and completely surreal. Sometimes reality is stranger than any fiction you could possibly create someone who's friend. Our next story involved had some very questionable definitions of financial friendship. My friend told everyone was rich because I bought a new phone. This whole situation started about 6 weeks ago when I finally decided to replace my phone that had been barely functioning for over a year. The screen was cracked, the battery died constantly, and it would freeze up during important calls. I'd been saving time job for money from my part month specifically to buy a replacement phone. Nothing fancy, just a decent smartphone that would actually work when I needed it to. I finally saved up enough to get something reliable without breaking my budget. My friend Brandon hanging out when, and I were my new phone arrived in the mail. He immediately started asking questions about how much it cost and where I got the money to afford such an expensive device. I explained that I'd been saving up for months and had finally reached my goal. Brandon seemed skeptical about my explanation and kept making comments about how lucky I was to be able to afford nice things. He acted like buying a replacement phone was some kind of luxury purchase rather than a basic necessity. Over the next few days, Brandon started making jokes about my new phone, calling it my rich person device and person purchase, and asking if I was going to upgrade my car next. I thought he was just joking around, so I didn't take it too seriously at first. But then other people in our friend group started making similar comments. They'd mention how nice it must be to have money to spend on whatever I wanted, or ask if I'd gotten a raise at work recently. It became clear that Brandon had been telling everyone I was doing really well financially. When I asked Brandon about it, he said he'd just mentioned to a few people that I'd bought an expensive phone and that they'd drawn their own conclusions. He acted like he hadn't meant to imply anything about my financial situation, but his comments had clearly painted a picture of me having more money than I actually did. The situation got worse when people started expecting me to pay for things when we went out. Someone would suggest an expensive restaurant and then look at me expectantly when the bill came. Others would ask if I could cover drinks for the group, since I was apparently doing so well. I had to keep explaining that buying one phone after months of saving didn't mean I was suddenly wealthy or that I could afford to treat everyone else. But Brandon's initial comments had created this impression that I was hiding money from my friends. The worst part was when someone asked if I could lend them $300 for car repairs, assuming I had that kind of cash just sitting around. When I said I couldn't help, they seemed surprised and a little resentful, like I was being stingy with my supposed wealth. Brandon never corrected the misconceptions he'd created and actually seemed to enjoy the attention he got from being the person who'd discovered that I was secretly rich. He'd make comments about how he'd noticed my expensive tastes before anyone else did. I finally had to have a serious conversation with our entire friend group, explaining that I'd saved for months to buy one phone, and that this didn't represent any change in my actual financial situation. Some people seem to understand, but others still act like I'm downplaying how much money I have. The whole experience taught me that some people will create elaborate stories about your finances based on the smallest evidence. Brandon turned my basic phone replacement into evidence of hidden wealth, and once that story was out there, it was impossible to completely undo. That story is over. Brandon really saw one functioning phone and immediately started spreading rumors about secret trust funds and hidden fortunes. The fact that he enjoyed being the gossip source more than he cared about accuracy shows exactly what kind of friend he really was. Some people will turn any purchase into evidence of conspiracy-level wealth. Moving to our next tale, this one involves someone whose aunt had some very questionable ideas about creative credit. My aunt took credit for my homemade cake. This happened at my cousin's graduation party about 3 weeks ago, and I'm still processing how someone could be so shameless about stealing credit for something they had absolutely nothing to do with. My cousin Rachel was graduating from nursing school, and the family had planned this big celebration party at my grandmother's house. Everyone was asked to bring something to contribute to the meal, and I volunteered to make a cake, since baking is one of my favourite hobbies. I spent almost 2 days working on this cake. It was a 3-layer chocolate cake with homemade buttercream frosting, decorated with intricate piped flowers, and a personalised message congratulating Rachel on her achievement. I'd even made the decorative elements from scratch using fondant and food colouring. The cake turned out absolutely beautiful, probably the best thing I'd ever baked. I was really proud of the way it looked and excited to share it with the family. I drove very carefully to my grandmother's house, making sure the cake arrived in perfect condition. When I walked into the party carrying the cake, everyone immediately started commenting on how amazing it looked. People were taking photos and asking who had made such a professional-looking dessert. I was getting compliments left and right, and it felt great to see people appreciating my work. My Aunt Susan, who's always been a little competitive about family gatherings, came over to look at the cake more closely. She examined all the decorative details and asked questions about how I'd achieved certain effects. I was happy to explain my techniques since I love talking about baking. The party went great, and when it came time to cut the cake, everyone raved about how delicious it tasted. People were asking for the recipe and complimenting both the appearance and the flavour. It was one of those moments where you feel really good about sharing something you've created. But the next day, I started getting messages from relatives who hadn't been able to attend the party. They were all congratulating me on the cake and mentioning how they'd seen photos of it online. That's when I discovered what my aunt had done. Susan had posted multiple photos of my cake on her social media accounts, presenting it as her own creation. The captions talked about how she'd stayed up all night, perfecting the recipe, and how proud she was of her decorating skills. She'd even tagged it with hashtags about homemade baking and creative cooking. In the photos, Susan was posing next to the cake like a proud baker, showing off her masterpiece. She'd written detailed descriptions of her supposed baking process and was responding to comments from her friends about her amazing talents in the kitchen. I immediately called Susan to ask why she was taking credit for my cake. At first, she tried to play it off like it was just a misunderstanding, saying that she'd helped me by carrying it to the table, or something equally ridiculous. When I pointed out that her posts specifically claimed she'd made the entire cake herself, Susan got defensive. She said that she'd contributed to the party too, and that she deserved some recognition for helping make the celebration special. I explained that taking credit for someone else's work, especially something that had taken me 2 days to create, was completely inappropriate. Susan seemed to think I was overreacting and said that family should share credit for making events successful. The conversation got more heated when Susan refused to correct her posts or acknowledge that the cake wasn't her creation. She said her friends had already seen the photos and that changing the story now would be embarrassing for her. Susan actually tried to argue that since the cake had been served at a family gathering, it was somehow communal property and anyone could claim credit for it. She was trying to make her theft of credit sound reasonable by framing it as family collaboration. When I asked her to at least mention that I'd helped with the cake, Susan said she might consider adding a small comment, thanking me for assistance with the project. She was still trying to maintain that it was primarily her creation. I ended up making my own social media post about the cake, including photos of the baking process and ingredients, to set the record straight. Several family members commented that they'd known all along that I'd made it, since Susan had never shown any interest in baking before. Susan was apparently annoyed that I'd contradicted her story online, but she never actually corrected her original posts. She just stopped responding to comments about her supposed baking skills and moved on to posting about other topics. The whole experience taught me that some people will steal credit for anything if they think it makes them look good. Susan was so desperate for praise and attention that she was willing to claim someone else's hard work as her own creation. That story is over. Susan really saw an elaborate homemade cake and thought, yes, I'll take full credit for this masterpiece I had absolutely nothing to do with. The fact that she doubled down when confronted, instead of just admitting the lie, shows a level of shamelessness that's truly impressive. Some people will steal credit for anything that gets them positive attention. Our next story comes from someone whose neighbour had some very creative ideas about property boundaries and parking logistics. My neighbour keeps parking in my yard. I live in this older neighbourhood where most houses have decent-sized front yards with clear property lines marked by sidewalks and driveways. My house has a nice lawn area between the sidewalk and my front porch, with my driveway clearly marked on one side. About 4 months ago, my new neighbour Tony moved into the house next door. He seemed friendly enough during our brief introductions, and I figured we'd probably have the typical polite neighbour relationship, where we wave at each other and maybe chat occasionally about the weather. The problems started about 2 weeks after Tony moved in. I came home from work one evening to find his pickup truck parked right in the middle of my front lawn. Not partially on the grass or accidentally over the property line, but completely centred on my yard like it was his personal parking space. I walked over to Tony's house and knocked on the door to let him know his truck was on my property. He came to the door and seemed genuinely confused about why I was mentioning it. When I pointed to his truck sitting in my yard, he looked at it and then back at me, like I was stating something obvious. Tony said that he'd noticed my grass was really soft and that his truck seemed more stable parked there than on the street or in his own driveway. He explained it like he was doing me a favour by discovering how well suited my lawn was for vehicle parking. I told Tony that he couldn't park his truck on my property and asked him to move it to his own driveway or the street. He seemed surprised by my request and said that the grass felt much better than asphalt and that his truck wasn't hurting anything by being there. When I explained that it was my private property and that parking on someone else's lawn wasn't appropriate, Tony got a little defensive. He said that lawns were basically just decorative anyway, and that mine was big enough to share with a neighbour who needed parking space. Tony eventually agreed to move his truck, but he made comments about how some people were territorial about things that didn't really matter. He acted like I was being unreasonable for not wanting a vehicle parked permanently on my front lawn. I thought that would be the end of it, but the next week I came home to find Tony's truck in my yard again. This time, it was positioned slightly differently, like he'd been experimenting with finding the perfect spot on my grass. When I went to talk to Tony again, he said that his driveway was being used for some home improvement project, and that he'd just temporarily needed somewhere else to park. He promised it would only be for a few days while he finished working on his house. But those few days turned into 2 weeks, and Tony's truck became a permanent fixture on my front lawn. Every morning I'd look out my window and see his vehicle sitting in my yard like it belonged there. The situation got worse when Tony started parking other vehicles on my grass too. His girlfriend's car appeared one weekend, positioned next to his truck, like my lawn was a parking lot. Then a friend's motorcycle showed up, creating a whole collection of vehicles on my property. I called Tony to complain about the multiple vehicles, and he said that since his truck had already established that my grass could handle vehicle weight, it made sense to use the space efficiently by parking other things there too. Tony seemed to think that once I'd allowed his truck on my lawn temporarily, I'd somehow given him permanent parking rights to my entire front yard. He was treating my property like it was community space available for anyone who needed parking. The final straw came when I discovered Tony had told other people in the neighbourhood that my yard was available for overflow parking. I came home one evening to find 4 different vehicles parked on my grass, belonging to people I'd never even met. When I confronted Tony about turning my front lawn into a public parking area, he seemed genuinely confused about why I was upset. He said that sharing resources was what made neighbourhoods work, and that my yard was just sitting there unused most of the time anyway. I had to call the police to get all the vehicles removed from my property, and to make it clear to Tony that he didn't have permission to park anything on my lawn. The officer explained to Tony that parking on someone else's private property without permission could result in towing and legal consequences. Since then, Tony has been giving me dirty looks whenever he sees me, but at least he's keeping his vehicles off my grass. He occasionally makes passive-aggressive comments about people who don't know how to share, but I'd rather have an annoyed neighbour than a front yard full of random cars. That story is over. Tony really discovered that grass feels softer than asphalt, and decided this gave him squatter's rights to someone else's entire front yard. The progression from one truck to a whole neighbourhood parking service shows exactly how entitled people will become once you give them an inch. Some people think being neighbourly means having unlimited access to your personal property. Our next story involves someone whose mother had some questionable ideas about mail management and parental oversight. My mum hid my mail for months. I'm 22 and moved back in with my parents after college while I job hunt and figure out my next steps. Living at home again has been an adjustment, but my parents have been generally supportive of my transition back to adult independence. The arrangement was supposed to be temporary, just until I could find steady employment and save up enough money to get my own place again. My parents said they understood that I needed space to manage my own affairs while still living under their roof. What I didn't realise was that my mum had apparently decided that living in her house meant she had the right to monitor and control my personal correspondence. I started noticing that I wasn't receiving mail that I expected to get, including responses from job applications and important financial documents. At first I thought maybe there were delays with the postal service, or that some companies were just slow to respond to my applications. I'd submitted dozens of job applications and was getting worried that I wasn't hearing back from anyone, even for positions I felt qualified for. I started checking with my parents about whether any mail had arrived for me, since I'd been expecting correspondence from several potential employers. My dad would check the mailbox and say he hadn't seen anything addressed to me, which seemed strange given how many applications I'd submitted. About 3 months into living at home, I accidentally discovered what was really happening. I was looking for a pen in my mum's desk drawer when I found a stack of mail with my name on it. There were letters from companies I'd applied to, bank statements, official documents from my college, and even what looked like a jury summons. When I confronted my mum about hiding my mail, she initially tried to claim that she'd just been collecting it to give to me all at once. But when I looked through the stack, some of the letters were postmarked from months earlier, including job interview invitations that had long since expired. My mum finally admitted that she'd been intercepting my mail because she was worried about my job search and didn't want me to get discouraged by rejection letters. She said she was trying to protect me from disappointment while I was already dealing with the stress of moving back home. The problem was that she'd been hiding everything, including acceptance letters and interview requests. I'd missed several opportunities because my mum had decided to filter my correspondence without telling me she was doing it. When I went through all the hidden mail, I found interview invitations from 2 companies that had contacted me weeks earlier. By the time I called them back, they'd already filled the positions and moved on with other candidates. My mum seemed genuinely surprised that I was upset about missing job opportunities. She said she was just trying to help manage my stress and that she'd planned to give me all the mail once I found a job through other means. I had to explain to my mum that hiding someone's mail, especially an adult's personal correspondence, was not only inappropriate, but potentially illegal. She'd interfered with my job search and caused me to miss important deadlines and opportunities. The conversation got heated when my mum suggested that maybe the jobs I'd missed weren't meant to be, and that better opportunities would come along. She was trying to frame her interference as some kind of divine intervention, rather than acknowledging the damage she'd caused. I immediately changed my mailing address to a PO box so that my mum couldn't continue intercepting my correspondence. I also had to contact several companies to explain why I'd been unresponsive to their communications and ask if any positions were still available. My mum was hurt that I'd gotten a separate mailing address, but I couldn't trust her not to continue managing my mail according to her own judgment about what was best for me. The whole experience delayed my job search by months and created unnecessary tension in our relationship. That story is over. The level of control required to intercept and hide someone's mail for months while watching them stress about their job search is honestly disturbing. Some parents never quite grasp that their adult children need to handle their own successes and failures, even when living under the same roof. Moving to our next story, this one involves someone whose sister had some very questionable ideas about borrowing special occasion attire. My sister borrowed my wedding dress without asking. I got married 2 years ago and had this absolutely gorgeous dress that cost me almost $3,000. It was custom altered to fit perfectly and had all these intricate details that made it uniquely special to me and my wedding day. After the wedding, I had the dress professionally cleaned and preserved in one of those special storage boxes. I kept it in my closet, not because I was planning to wear it again, but because it held such sentimental value, and I thought maybe someday I'd want to show it to future children or grandchildren. My sister Melissa got engaged about 6 months ago and has been planning her own wedding for this coming spring. She'd been talking about dress shopping and seemed excited about finding something that would be perfect for her special day. What I didn't know was that Melissa had apparently decided my wedding dress would be perfect for her engagement photos. She'd been planning this elaborate photo shoot with her fiancé and wanted to wear something really special for the occasion. I was at work when I got a text from my cousin asking if I'd seen Melissa's engagement photos on social media. She said they were beautiful, but seemed surprised that Melissa was wearing what looked exactly like my wedding dress. I immediately checked Melissa's Instagram and felt my heart stop. There she was in multiple photos, wearing my wedding dress, posing in different locations around the city with her fiancé. The dress looked exactly as beautiful as it had on my wedding day, but seeing it on someone else felt like a violation. I called Melissa immediately and asked how she'd gotten my wedding dress. She seemed surprised that I was upset and explained that she'd borrowed it from my closet while I was out of town the previous weekend. She said she'd been careful with it and had planned to return it before I noticed it was gone. Melissa acted like taking my wedding dress without permission was no different from borrowing a regular piece of clothing. She said she'd always admired the dress and thought it would be perfect for her engagement shoot since we wear similar sizes. When I explained that wedding dresses aren't casual borrowing items and that taking mine without asking was completely inappropriate, Melissa got defensive. She said she was family and that she'd assumed I'd be happy to share such a beautiful dress for special occasions. The conversation got more heated when I discovered that Melissa had actually had the dress altered to fit her better. She'd taken it to a seamstress and had adjustments made to the length and waist without asking my permission or considering that these changes would be permanent. I was devastated that my wedding dress had been permanently altered without my consent. The dress no longer fit the way it had on my wedding day, and the alterations couldn't be easily undone without potentially damaging the fabric and structure. Melissa seemed genuinely confused about why I was so upset about the alterations. She said the changes were minor and that the dress actually looked better now than it had before. She acted like she'd done me a favour by improving the fit. When I pointed out that the dress was supposed to be a keepsake from my wedding day and that altering it had destroyed its sentimental value, Melissa said I was being overly sentimental about something I'd never wear again anyway. She also mentioned that her engagement photos had turned out beautifully and that the dress had gotten lots of compliments on social media. She seemed to think the positive attention justified her borrowing and altering the dress without permission. The worst part was that Melissa had posted the photos online without mentioning that she was wearing my wedding dress. People were commenting about how stunning her dress was and asking where she'd found such a beautiful gown. I had to ask Melissa to add captions to her photos explaining that she was wearing her sister's wedding dress, because I didn't want people thinking she'd found some amazing dress that they should try to track down for their own events. Melissa was annoyed that I wanted her to clarify whose dress she was wearing, saying it would detract from her engagement announcement. She acted like I was being petty by wanting credit for the dress that had been the centerpiece of her photo shoot. The whole experience taught me that some people don't understand the difference between borrowing a sweater and taking something with deep personal significance. Melissa had treated my wedding dress like it was just another pretty outfit in my closet. That story is over. The fact that she not only stole the wedding dress, but actually had it permanently altered shows a complete disregard for sentimental value. Now those engagement photos will forever feature a modified version of someone else's most important outfit. Some people really think family relationships give them unlimited access to your most precious belongings. Our next tale comes from someone who discovered their roommate had some very interesting ideas about party planning and personal space. My roommate hosted a party while I was asleep. I work early morning shifts at a bakery, which means I'm usually in bed by 9 and up at 4 in the morning. It's not the most social schedule, but it works for me and pays the bills while I'm finishing my degree. My roommate Trevor knows about my schedule and has generally been pretty respectful about keeping noise down during my sleep hours. We've lived together for about 8 months and worked out a pretty good system for sharing the apartment without interfering with each other's routines. Last Saturday night, I went to bed at my usual time after a particularly exhausting week at work. I took some melatonin to help me sleep deeply since I'd been having trouble staying asleep through the night lately. I was looking forward to getting a solid 8 hours before my Sunday morning shift. Around 2 in the morning, I started having these weird dreams about voices and music. In my sleep-addled state, I thought maybe our neighbours were having a party or that someone was playing music too loudly in the apartment complex. But as I became more conscious, I realised the sounds weren't coming from outside or from neighbouring units. There were definitely people talking and laughing inside our apartment, along with music playing from our living room stereo system. I got up to investigate and discovered that Trevor had invited about 15 people over for what looked like a full-scale house party. There were people I'd never seen before sitting on our couch, drinking from our glasses, and apparently treating our apartment like their personal social venue. The most surreal part was walking into my own kitchen to find complete strangers making themselves at home. Someone was going through our refrigerator looking for snacks. Another person was washing dishes in our sink, and a guy I'd never met was sitting at our kitchen table eating cereal from my favourite bowl. When I appeared in the doorway in my pyjamas, clearly having just woken up, the conversation stopped and everyone stared at me like I was the one who didn't belong there. Trevor looked embarrassed but tried to play it off like everything was normal. I pulled Trevor aside and asked what was happening and why there were strangers in our apartment in the middle of the night. He explained that some friends had wanted to hang out after the bars closed and that he'd figured it would be fine since I was already asleep. Trevor seemed genuinely surprised that I was upset about the situation. He said he'd tried to keep everyone quiet and that he thought I wouldn't even notice, since I usually sleep through everything once I take melatonin. I explained that hosting a party without telling your roommate, especially when they're sleeping in the next room, was completely inappropriate. Trevor acted like I was overreacting to what he called a small gathering of friends. When I looked around the apartment, I could see that this wasn't just a few people hanging out. There were empty bottles everywhere. Food had been taken from our shared groceries, and someone had apparently spilled something on our carpet. The conversation got more heated when Trevor said that since it was Saturday night, he should be allowed to have people over without asking permission. He seemed to think that weekends automatically gave him the right to turn our apartment into a social venue. I pointed out that I had to work early Sunday morning and that I'd been trying to sleep for hours while he'd been hosting a party in our shared living space. Trevor said he'd forgotten about my work schedule and that he'd try to wrap things up soon. But wrapping things up soon turned into another 2 hours of people hanging around our apartment. I couldn't get back to sleep with all the noise and activity, which meant I was going to be exhausted for my morning shift at the bakery. The worst part was discovering that people had been going through our personal belongings during the party. Someone had used my expensive shampoo, others had been looking through books on my shelf, and I found evidence that people had been in both our bedrooms. When I confronted Trevor about people going through our personal stuff, he said he hadn't given anyone permission to explore the apartment and that he couldn't control what his guests did once they were there. The party finally ended around 4:30 in the morning, which was exactly when I was supposed to be getting up for work. I'd gotten maybe 2 hours of sleep total and had to spend my morning cleaning up the mess before heading to my shift. Trevor left a note apologising for the party and saying he'd replace anything that had been used or damaged. But the apology felt hollow since he'd made the decision to host a major social event without considering how it would affect his roommate. The whole experience made me realise that Trevor and I had very different ideas about respecting shared living spaces and considering each other's schedules. Some boundaries should be obvious without having to be explicitly discussed. That story's over. Waking up to find strangers eating cereal in your kitchen while you're in your pyjamas is like a fever dream come to life. The fact that Trevor thought hosting a house party while his roommate was sleeping was just normal weekend behaviour shows a stunning lack of awareness about shared living spaces. Moving to our next story, this one involves someone whose friend had some very questionable reactions to professional success. My friend blocked me because I got a promotion. I've been working at this marketing company for about 2 years, and my friend Natalie works at a similar firm across town. We met in college and have always supported each other through various career challenges and successes. Natalie and I would regularly meet for coffee to talk about work stuff, share industry gossip, and help each other navigate the challenges of starting our careers in marketing. She was one of my closest friends and someone I genuinely enjoyed spending time with, both personally and professionally. About 3 months ago, my company offered me a promotion to Senior Account Coordinator with a decent salary increase and more responsibility. I was thrilled because I'd been working toward this kind of advancement since I started at the company. When I told Natalie about the promotion, her reaction was not what I expected. Instead of being excited for me, She seemed surprised and asked a lot of questions about why I'd been chosen over other candidates. She wanted to know if I'd been given special treatment or if there were factors beyond my work performance. I explained that I'd been taking on extra projects, staying late to meet deadlines, and consistently getting positive feedback from clients. My promotion had been based on merit and demonstrated results, not favoritism or luck. Natalie seemed skeptical about my explanation and made comments about how some people just have better luck with workplace politics. She acted like my promotion was the result of circumstances rather than effort and skill. Over the next few weeks, Natalie started making subtle comments about how I was changing since getting promoted. She'd say things like, "Must be nice to afford expensive lunches now," or, "I guess you don't have time for us regular people anymore." These comments were particularly frustrating because I hadn't changed my behaviour or attitude at all. I was still the same person, just with a slightly better job title and a modest salary increase that didn't dramatically alter my lifestyle. Natalie also started declining invitations to hang out, saying she was busy or couldn't afford the activities I suggested. When I offered to pay for things or suggested free activities, she'd make passive-aggressive comments about not wanting charity from my new salary. The situation came to a head when I tried to call Natalie to make plans for the weekend and discovered that she'd blocked my number. When I tried reaching out through social media, I found that she'd blocked me there too, cutting off all communication without any explanation. I asked mutual friends if they knew what had happened, and apparently Natalie had been telling people that I'd become arrogant and condescending since getting promoted. She claimed that I'd been bragging about my success and making her feel bad about her own career progress. This was completely untrue. I'd mentioned my promotion once when it happened, and then focused our conversations on the same topics we'd always discussed. I hadn't been bragging or making comparisons between our career situations. What made the whole thing more painful was that Natalie and I had always celebrated each other's achievements in the past. When she'd gotten a small raise 6 months earlier, I'd been genuinely happy for her and had insisted on buying dinner to celebrate. I realised that Natalie's reaction to my promotion revealed something about our friendship that I'd never noticed before. She was apparently only comfortable with our relationship when we were at similar professional levels, and my advancement had somehow threatened her sense of equality between us. The most frustrating part was that I couldn't even try to resolve the situation or understand her perspective because she'd completely cut off communication. She'd made assumptions about how I was changing and then blocked me before giving me a chance to address her concerns. Several months later, I heard through mutual friends that Natalie had gotten a promotion at her own company. I was happy for her and hoped that maybe her professional success would help her understand that career advancement doesn't have to change who you are as a person. But when I tried reaching out to congratulate her, she still had me blocked on everything. Her reaction to my promotion had apparently permanently damaged our friendship, even though I'd never done anything to hurt or exclude her. The whole experience taught me that some friendships are more fragile than they appear. People you think will celebrate your successes might instead feel threatened by them, and sometimes there's nothing you can do to preserve those relationships. That story is over. Nothing reveals the true nature of a friendship quite like professional success. Natalie really decided that her friend getting promoted was a personal attack on their entire relationship. Some people can only handle friendships when everyone stays at exactly the same level forever. Our next tale involves someone whose father's friend had some very presumptuous ideas about vehicle borrowing privileges. My dad's friend tried to take my car for a test drive. My dad has this friend, Roger, who he's known since high school, and they've maintained their friendship over the years, even though they live in different cities now. Roger visits maybe 2 or 3 times a year, and he's always been pretty friendly with our whole family. Last month, Roger came to stay with us for a long weekend. He'd driven up from about 4 hours away and was planning to visit some other old friends in the area while he was here. My dad was excited to catch up with him and had planned several activities for them to do together. I'd recently bought my first new car after saving up for months to afford the down payment. It's nothing fancy, just a reliable sedan that gets good gas mileage, but I was really proud of finally having a dependable vehicle that was actually mine. On Saturday morning, I was getting ready to run some errands when Roger approached me in the driveway. He was admiring my car and asking questions about the features, the gas mileage, and how I liked driving it. I was happy to talk about it since I was still excited about the purchase. Roger mentioned that he'd been thinking about buying a similar model and wondered if he could take a quick look at the interior. I was fine with that and opened the doors so he could check out the dashboard, seats and general layout. But then Roger asked if he could take it for a quick test drive around the neighbourhood. He said he wanted to get a feel for how the car handled and how the engine sounded during normal driving conditions. I was immediately uncomfortable with the idea of letting someone else drive my brand new car, especially someone I didn't know very well outside of family gatherings. I politely declined and said I'd rather not let anyone else drive it since it was still so new. Roger seemed surprised by my refusal and said that he was an experienced driver with a clean record. He mentioned that he'd driven similar cars before and that he just wanted to see how this particular model performed. When I maintained that I wasn't comfortable lending out my car, Roger appealed to my dad for support. He asked my dad to convince me to let him take a short test drive, framing it like I was being unreasonably protective of a vehicle that was just meant to be driven. My dad seemed caught between wanting to help his friend and respecting my decision about my own property. He suggested that maybe Roger could test drive a similar model at a dealership if he was seriously considering buying one. But Roger persisted, saying that dealership test drives weren't the same as getting to drive a car that had been broken in by regular use. He claimed that my car would give him a better sense of long-term performance than a brand new vehicle on a dealer lot. I continued to decline politely, explaining that I had personal insurance concerns about letting other people drive my car. Roger seemed increasingly frustrated with my position and made comments about young people being too attached to material possessions. The conversation took an uncomfortable turn when Roger suggested that since he was a guest in our house, I should be more accommodating about sharing family resources. He was trying to frame borrowing my car as part of hospitality rather than a significant favour. I explained that my car wasn't a family resource. It was my personal property that I'd bought with my own money. Roger seemed to think that distinction was irrelevant since we were all family friends who should help each other out. When I continued to refuse, Roger actually got my car keys from where I'd set them on the kitchen counter and started walking toward my car. He said he'd just take a quick drive around the block and bring it right back. I had to physically take my keys back from Roger and make it very clear that he was not allowed to drive my car under any circumstances. He seemed genuinely offended that I was being so protective of what he called just a piece of machinery. My dad finally stepped in and told Roger that he needed to respect my decision about my own property. But Roger spent the rest of his visit making passive-aggressive comments about how people used to be more generous with their belongings. When Roger left on Sunday, he returned my car with an empty gas tank and several small scratches on the bumper that definitely hadn't been there before his visit. He never mentioned the damage or offered to pay for repairs. My dad was mortified when he discovered what Roger had done and offered to pay for fixing the scratches himself. He apologised for his friend's behaviour and said he'd never expected Roger to take the car without permission after being told no multiple times. The whole experience taught me that some people think being a family friend gives them special privileges with your personal belongings. Roger had completely ignored my clearly stated boundaries and then acted like I was the unreasonable one for wanting to protect my property. That story is over. Roger really thought, no, you can't drive my car was just the opening move in a negotiation rather than a complete sentence. The fact that he actually took the keys and headed for the car shows exactly why trusting him with a vehicle would have been a terrible idea. Some people interpret hospitality as unlimited access to everything you own. Our next story comes from someone whose neighbour had some very creative ideas about digital identity and community representation. My neighbour pretends to be me on the neighbourhood app. I live in this suburban neighbourhood where most people use this community app to discuss local issues, share recommendations, and coordinate neighbourhood events. It's usually pretty helpful for staying informed about what's happening in the area. My neighbour Linda lives 2 houses down and has always been a bit intense about neighbourhood politics. She's the type of person who has strong opinions about everything from trash pickup schedules to the colour people paint their houses. About 6 months ago, I started getting strange messages from other neighbours asking me about posts I'd supposedly made on the neighbourhood app. People would reference comments I'd apparently written about local businesses or opinions I'd supposedly shared about community issues. The problem was that I rarely posted on the app and definitely hadn't written the comments people were attributing to me. I mostly just lurked to stay informed about neighbourhood happenings without getting involved in discussions or debates. When I checked the app more carefully, I discovered that someone had created a profile using my name and address. The profile photo was a stock image of a generic woman, but all the personal information matched my actual details exactly. This fake profile had been actively posting for months, sharing opinions on everything from local restaurant reviews to political issues affecting our community. The posts were written in a style that definitely wasn't mine and expressed views I didn't necessarily agree with. The most disturbing part was that this fake version of me had been getting into arguments with other neighbours about various community issues. People thought I was the one posting aggressive comments about property maintenance and making complaints about their pets or parking habits. I immediately tried to report the fake profile to the app administrators, but the process was complicated and required extensive verification. Meanwhile, the fake account continued posting controversial opinions using my name and address. When I started asking around to figure out who might have created the fake profile, several clues pointed to Linda. The posting style matched her usual way of expressing opinions, and many of the views expressed by fake me were identical to things Linda had said during neighbourhood conversations. The fake profile also seemed to have insider knowledge about neighbourhood gossip that only someone who lived very close by would know, details about other residents' personal situations, and property issues that weren't public information were being discussed by this fake version of me. I confronted Linda directly about the fake profile, and her reaction basically confirmed my suspicions. She became immediately defensive and claimed she had no idea what I was talking about, but her body language and tone suggested she was lying. When I pressed her about specific posts that matched opinions she'd expressed to me personally, Linda said that maybe we just thought alike about community issues and that it was a coincidence our views were so similar. But it wasn't just similar views, it was identical phrasing and specific details that Linda had shared with me in private conversations. The fake profile was clearly being managed by someone who knew both the neighbourhood gossip and my personal information. The situation got worse when I discovered that fake me had been making enemies throughout the neighbourhood. Several people had apparently been avoiding me in person because of controversial posts they thought I'd written on the community app. I had to go door to door to several neighbours' houses to explain that someone was impersonating me online and that the opinions expressed by my supposed profile didn't reflect my actual views. Most people were understanding once I explained the situation. Linda continued to deny involvement even when I showed her side-by-side comparisons of posts from the fake profile and things she'd said to me directly. She claimed it was just a coincidence that someone else happened to share her exact opinions and writing style. The app administrators eventually removed the fake profile after I provided extensive documentation proving my identity and demonstrating that the account was fraudulent. But the damage to my neighbourhood relationships had already been done. Even now, months later, some neighbours still seem confused about which opinions were actually mine versus which ones came from the fake profile. Linda successfully created lasting confusion about my actual personality and views. The most frustrating part is that Linda continues to live 2 houses away and acts completely normal during our occasional interactions. She pretends the whole fake profile situation never happened and that we're just regular neighbours with no history of conflict. That story is over. Linda really created an entire fake digital persona using someone else's name and address just to express her opinions without personal accountability. The fact that she made enemies throughout the neighbourhood while pretending to be someone else shows exactly how toxic her real personality must be. Some people will steal your identity just to avoid taking responsibility for their own controversial views. Our next tale involves someone whose boss had some very questionable ideas about workplace social boundaries and leadership demonstration. My boss invited himself to my birthday party. I work at this mid-sized accounting firm where I've been employed for about 18 months. My boss, Robert, is generally professional during work hours, but he's always trying to position himself as the cool, relatable manager who's friends with all his employees. Robert has this habit of inserting himself into conversations about people's personal lives and acting like he's part of our social circle rather than our supervisor. He'll overhear us talking about weekend plans and make comments about how fun everything sounds, always with this expectant tone like he's waiting to be invited. Last month was my 26th birthday, and I'd been planning a small celebration at my apartment with about 10 close friends. Nothing fancy, just dinner, drinks, and hanging out with people I actually enjoy spending time with outside of work. During the week leading up to my birthday, I mentioned to my co-worker Amanda that I was looking forward to the weekend because of my party plans. It was just casual conversation during our lunch break, the kind of personal detail you share with colleagues without thinking much about it. Robert apparently overheard our conversation because later that afternoon he approached my desk and asked about my birthday party. He wanted to know what day it was happening and seemed genuinely interested in the details of my celebration plans. I answered his questions politely, but didn't think to invite him since he's my boss, and it was supposed to be a casual gathering with friends. The guest list was people I'd chosen to spend my personal time with, not professional contacts from work. But the next morning, Robert came up to me again and asked what time the party started and whether I needed help with anything. He was acting like he'd already been invited and was just clarifying the logistics of his attendance. When I realised he was assuming he'd be coming to my birthday party, I felt incredibly awkward. I didn't want to hurt his feelings by explicitly saying he wasn't invited, but I also didn't want my boss at my personal birthday celebration with my actual friends. I tried to handle it diplomatically by mentioning that it was going to be a very small gathering and that I was keeping it pretty low-key. Robert responded by saying that sounded perfect and that he wasn't expecting anything elaborate. The conversation got more uncomfortable when Robert started offering to bring things to the party. He suggested he could pick up a cake or contribute some expensive wine from his personal collection. He was treating my birthday like a work event he was helping to organise. I realised I was going to have to be more direct, so I explained that this was really just close friends and that I preferred to keep work and personal life separate. Robert looked genuinely hurt and said he thought we had a good relationship beyond just work. But instead of accepting my boundary, Robert said he understood my preference, but that leadership meant being involved in team members' important life events. He was framing his attendance at my birthday party as some kind of professional development opportunity. He also mentioned that celebrating employee milestones was part of creating a positive workplace culture, and that he wanted to show support for my personal happiness. Robert was turning my private birthday into a company morale initiative. I continued to try to politely decline his participation, but Robert seemed determined to attend regardless of my comfort level. He said he'd just stopped by briefly to wish me happy birthday and wouldn't stay long enough to interfere with my celebration. The night of my party, I was enjoying time with my friends when there was a knock at my door around 8 o'clock. When I opened it, Robert was standing there with an expensive bottle of champagne and a big smile, dressed up like he was attending a formal event. My friends were confused about why my boss had shown up at my birthday party, especially since I'd never mentioned inviting him. Robert introduced himself to everyone and started making conversation like he belonged there. The worst part was that Robert immediately tried to position himself as the centre of attention. He started telling work stories about me that weren't particularly flattering and made jokes about my professional performance in front of my personal friends. Robert also insisted on giving a speech about leadership and personal growth, using my birthday as an opportunity to share his management philosophy with a captive audience. My friends looked uncomfortable and confused about why this was happening at a casual birthday gathering. The dynamic of the entire party changed once Robert arrived. Instead of relaxing with my friends, I felt like I was hosting a work event where I had to manage professional relationships and ensure my boss was comfortable and entertained. Robert stayed for almost 3 hours despite saying he'd just stopped by briefly. He dominated conversations, told lengthy stories about his own experiences, and generally made the evening about himself rather than celebrating my birthday. After he finally left, my friends asked why I'd invited my boss and whether that was normal for workplace relationships. I had to explain that I hadn't invited him and that he'd essentially invited himself despite my attempts to maintain boundaries. The following Monday at work, Robert acted like attending my birthday party had strengthened our professional relationship. He made references to meeting my friends and commented on my apartment like we were now closer colleagues because he'd been to my personal space. The whole experience taught me that some managers don't understand appropriate boundaries between professional and personal relationships. Robert had turned my birthday celebration into a networking opportunity and leadership demonstration without any regard for my comfort or preferences. That story is over. Robert really thought giving an unsolicited leadership speech at someone's birthday party was appropriate workplace relationship building. The fact that he stayed for 3 hours after saying he'd just stopped by briefly shows exactly why maintaining boundaries with managers is so important. Some bosses will turn any personal moment into a professional development opportunity. Our next story comes from someone whose sister had some very questionable ideas about pet grooming decisions and family consultation. My sister took my cat to the groomer without telling me. I have this beautiful long-haired cat named Whiskers who I've had for about 4 years. He's got this gorgeous fluffy coat that requires regular brushing but has never needed professional grooming since I manage his fur maintenance at home. My sister Claire has been staying with me for the past few weeks while she looks for a new apartment after her lease ended. She's generally been a good house guest, helping with chores and contributing to groceries, but she has strong opinions about how things should be done. Claire had been making comments about Whiskers' fur, saying it looked messy and that long-haired cats needed professional grooming to stay healthy. I explained that I brush him regularly and that his fur was perfectly fine, but she seemed convinced that I wasn't taking proper care of him. Last Tuesday I left for work in the morning and Whiskers was lounging in his favourite sunny spot by the window, looking perfectly content with his usual fluffy appearance. I gave him his morning treats and expected to find him in the same spot when I got home. When I walked into my apartment that evening, I immediately noticed something was wrong. Whiskers came running to greet me, as usual, but he looked completely different. His beautiful long fur had been shaved down to almost nothing, leaving him looking like a sad, skinny creature I barely recognised. I called for Claire and asked what had happened to my cat. She appeared from the kitchen, looking proud of herself, and explained that she'd taken Whiskers to a professional groomer while I was at work. She said she'd wanted to surprise me by having him properly taken care of. Claire seemed genuinely excited about what she'd done and kept talking about how much healthier Whiskers would be now that his fur was properly managed. She'd made an appointment at an expensive pet salon and paid for what she called a complete grooming package. When I asked why she hadn't consulted me before taking my cat to be groomed, Claire said she'd wanted it to be a surprise and that she knew I'd been too busy with work to handle pet maintenance properly. She was framing her unauthorized decision as a helpful favor. I explained that Whiskers had never needed professional grooming, and that I was perfectly capable of managing his fur care myself. Claire seemed surprised that I wasn't grateful for what she'd done, and said that most cat owners would appreciate professional grooming services. The conversation got heated when I pointed out that she'd made a major decision about my pet without my permission. Claire said that since she'd been living in my apartment, she'd noticed that Whiskers needed better care and had just been trying to help. But the worst part was seeing how traumatized Whiskers was by the experience. He was clearly stressed and kept hiding under furniture, apparently embarrassed by his dramatically altered appearance. Long-haired cats aren't supposed to be shaved unless there's a medical reason. I called the grooming salon to ask what had been done and whether there were any health concerns I should know about. The groomer explained that Claire had requested a full shave and had insisted it was necessary despite the cat's healthy condition. The groomer also mentioned that Whiskers had been very stressed during the appointment and that shaving long-haired cats can sometimes cause skin irritation and temperature regulation problems. Claire had essentially traumatized my cat for cosmetic reasons. When I confronted Claire about the potential health issues, she got defensive and said that professional groomers know what they're doing and that she'd only wanted to help. She seemed annoyed that I wasn't appreciating her expensive gesture. Claire also mentioned that she'd paid over $200 for the grooming service and had expected me to be grateful rather than critical. She was treating her unauthorized decision as a generous gift rather than a violation of my pet ownership rights. The most frustrating part was that Whiskers' fur would take months to grow back to its normal length and appearance. Claire had permanently altered his appearance and comfort without considering the long-term consequences of her decision. I told Claire that she needed to find somewhere else to stay because I couldn't trust someone who would make major decisions about my pet without consulting me. She seemed shocked that I was ending her housing arrangement over what she called a simple grooming appointment. Claire moved out a few days later, still insisting that she'd only been trying to help and that I was overreacting to a routine pet care service. She never seemed to understand that taking someone's pet to be groomed without permission was a serious violation of boundaries. Whiskers is slowly recovering from his grooming trauma, but he still looks confused when he catches sight of himself in reflective surfaces. His beautiful fluffy coat will eventually grow back, but the trust between Claire and me will take much longer to repair. That story is over. Claire really thought secretly shaving someone else's cats was a thoughtful surprise rather than an expensive violation of pet ownership rights. The fact that she spent $200 traumatizing a perfectly healthy, long-haired cat shows exactly how good intentions can go completely wrong when you don't respect boundaries. Poor Whiskers will need months to recover both his fur and his dignity. Moving to our final story, this one involves someone whose grandmother had some very unfortunate ideas about donation timing and family heirloom management. My grandma accidentally donated our family photo albums. My grandmother Helen is 84 and has been living independently in her own house for years. She's generally pretty sharp mentally, but recently she's been going through phases where she gets very focused on organising and decluttering her belongings. Our family has always treasured the photo albums that Grandma Helen has maintained over the decades. She's got boxes and boxes of pictures documenting our family history going back to the early 1900s, including photos of relatives who passed away long before I was born. These photo albums weren't just casual snapshots. They contained irreplaceable historical documentation of our family lineage, including pictures from my great-grandparents' immigration to America, my grandfather's military service, and decades of holiday celebrations and special occasions. About 2 months ago, Grandma Helen started talking about wanting to simplify her living situation and get rid of items she no longer needed. She'd been watching those organising shows on television and had become convinced that she owned too many things. My mum and her siblings had offered to help Grandma Helen go through her belongings, but she insisted she wanted to handle the process herself. She said She knew what was important and what could be donated, and that having family members involved would just make the decisions more complicated. Last week, my mum went to visit Grandma Helen for their regular Sunday lunch and noticed that the living room looked different. The shelves that used to hold dozens of photo albums were completely empty, and several boxes of family memorabilia were missing from their usual spots. When my mum asked about the missing photo albums, Grandma Helen seemed confused at first. Then she remembered that she'd been cleaning house and had taken several boxes of old books and papers to the thrift store earlier in the week. My mum's heart sank as she realised that Grandma Helen had accidentally donated decades' worth of irreplaceable family photographs. She'd apparently categorised the photo albums as old books that were taking up unnecessary space, rather than recognising their sentimental and historical value. We immediately rushed to the thrift store where Grandma Helen had made her donation, hoping to retrieve the photo albums before they were sold or thrown away. The staff was sympathetic, but explained that donations were processed quickly and that items were usually put out for sale within 24 hours. After searching through every shelf and storage area in the thrift store, we found about half of our family photo albums mixed in with random books and magazines. But several albums were missing, apparently already purchased by customers who had no idea they were buying someone's family history. The thrift store manager helped us contact customers who had made recent purchases, and we managed to recover a few more albums from people who were understanding about the situation. But at least 3 albums containing the missing family photographs were gone forever, including albums from my great-grandparents' wedding and my grandfather's war years. Grandma Helen was devastated when she realised what had happened. She kept apologising and saying she'd thought the albums were just old books that nobody looked at anymore. She hadn't understood that those photographs were irreplaceable pieces of our family's history. The worst part was explaining to other family members what had happened. My uncle was heartbroken because those albums contained the only pictures he had of his father, who had died when he was young. My cousin was upset because her wedding photos from 10 years ago had been in one of the donated albums. We put up flyers around town asking people to check their recent thrift store purchases for family photo albums. And we even posted on social media, hoping to track down the missing memories. A few kind strangers contacted us with albums they'd found, but most of our family history was lost forever. Grandma Helen has since moved in with my mum because we realised she needs more help with decision-making than any of us had understood. She still gets upset when she thinks about the donated photo albums and keeps asking if we've found any more of them. The experience taught our family that we can't assume elderly relatives will recognise the value of sentimental items when they're focused on decluttering. We should have insisted on helping her sort through things, instead of letting her handle it alone. That story is over. The heartbreak of losing irreplaceable family history to a well-intentioned cleaning spree is devastating. Decades of memories and documentation just sitting in some stranger's house, or thrown away because they looked like old books. Some mistakes can never really be undone, no matter how sorry everyone feels afterward. Our next story comes from someone who discovered that some people have very flexible definitions of illness and commitment. My friend lied about being sick to skip my wedding. I got married 3 months ago to my college sweetheart, and it was honestly one of the most important days of my life. We'd been planning this wedding for over a year, and I was so excited to celebrate with all our closest friends and family members. My friend Connor had been one of my groomsmen, and he'd been involved in all the wedding planning and bachelor party activities. He seemed genuinely excited about the wedding and had helped me pick out decorations, and even gave a speech at my bachelor party about how happy he was for me. The week before the wedding, Connor called me sounding terrible. He said he'd come down with some kind of flu and was running a high fever. He was coughing constantly during our phone call and sounded genuinely miserable about being sick. Connor said he was devastated about potentially missing my wedding, but he didn't want to risk getting other guests sick by attending while he was still contagious. He kept apologising and saying he'd been looking forward to the wedding for months. I told Connor that his health was more important than the wedding, and that while I'd miss having him there, I understood completely. He promised to make it up to me once he was feeling better, and said he'd be thinking about us during the ceremony. The wedding day arrived and everything went perfectly. The ceremony was beautiful, the reception was amazing, and everyone had a great time celebrating with us. I did miss having Connor there, but I was touched that he'd been responsible enough to stay home while sick. That evening, while we were still at the reception, one of my other friends showed me something on social media that made my blood run cold. Connor had posted multiple photos and videos from a concert that same night, clearly healthy and having a great time with a group of people I didn't recognize. In the posts, Connor was jumping around, singing along with the band, and generally looking like someone who definitely wasn't suffering from the flu. He'd even tagged the location and time, proving he was at this concert during the exact hours my wedding was taking place. I couldn't believe Connor had lied about being sick just to skip my wedding. If he hadn't wanted to come, he could have just told me honestly, instead of creating this elaborate story about being too ill to attend. The next day, Connor called to ask how the wedding had gone, and to apologize again for missing it due to his illness. He was still maintaining the lie even after posting evidence of his concert attendance all over social media. When I confronted Connor about the concert photos, he seemed genuinely surprised that I'd seen them. He tried to claim that he'd started feeling better later in the day and had decided to get some fresh air at this outdoor venue. But the timeline didn't make sense. The concert had started at the same time as my wedding ceremony, and Connor's posts showed he'd been there for hours. He hadn't suddenly recovered from the flu in time to attend a different event. Connor eventually admitted that he'd never been sick and that he'd just been more interested in seeing this particular band than attending my wedding. He said he'd figured I wouldn't notice since there would be so many other people there. I was hurt not just by his absence, but by the elaborate lie he'd created to cover it up. If Connor had been honest about wanting to go to the concert instead, I would have been disappointed, but I would have respected his choice. The worst part was that Connor had been one of my groomsmen, which meant I'd spent money on his tuxedo rental and included him in all the wedding planning. He'd wasted everyone's time and money by pretending to be committed to participating. When I explained how hurt I was by his deception, Connor seemed to think I was overreacting. He said it was just one day and that missing a wedding wasn't that big of a deal in the grand scheme of our friendship. Connor also pointed out that he'd attended my bachelor party and helped with wedding planning, as if those activities somehow balanced out lying to skip the actual ceremony. He was trying to minimize the significance of missing the most important day of my life. Our friendship never really recovered from this incident. I couldn't trust someone who would create such an elaborate lie just to avoid a commitment they'd made months earlier. Connor had shown me that our friendship wasn't as important to him as I'd thought. Looking back, I wish Connor had just been honest from the beginning. I would have been disappointed, but at least I would have known where I stood with him, instead of being blindsided by his deception on my wedding day. That story is over. Faking the flu to skip someone's wedding and then posting concert photos the same night shows a special kind of disrespect. The elaborate lie makes it so much worse than just admitting he'd rather see a band than celebrate his friend's marriage. Some betrayals reveal exactly how little you mean to someone. Moving to our next tale, this one involves someone whose landlord had some very questionable ideas about tenant rights and electrical maintenance. My landlord turned off the power to force me out. I've been renting this small apartment for about 2 years, and while it's not the fanciest place, it's been affordable and generally well maintained. My landlord, Mr. Thompson, seemed professional when I first moved in, and we rarely had any issues. About 6 months ago, Mr. Thompson mentioned that he was thinking about selling the building and that he might need to make some changes to the rental arrangements. I told him I understood and asked him to keep me informed about any timeline for moving out. The problem started last month when Mr. Thompson began showing the apartment to potential buyers while I was at work. I'd come home to find evidence that people had been in my space, like furniture moved slightly or cabinet doors left open. When I asked Mr. Thompson to give me advance notice before showing the apartment, he said that, as the owner, he had the right to access his property whenever necessary for business purposes. He seemed annoyed that I was asking for basic courtesy about my living space. 2 weeks ago, I came home from work to find that my electricity had been shut off. No lights, no refrigeration, no power to any of my appliances. I immediately called Mr. Thompson to assumed was some kind of electrical problem report. Thompson seemed surprised by my call and said there had been some issues with the electrical system that would take time to resolve. He suggested that I might be more comfortable staying somewhere else until the power situation was fixed. I contacted the electric company directly and discovered that service to my apartment had been deliberately disconnected at the landlord's request. There was nothing wrong with the electrical system. Mr. Thompson had simply cancelled my power service. When I confronted Mr. Thompson about turning off my electricity, he claimed it was a necessary maintenance procedure and that power would be restored once certain repairs were completed. But he couldn't give me any details about what repairs were needed or when they might be finished. I researched tenant rights and discovered that landlords aren't allowed to shut off utilities as a way to force tenants to move out. What Mr. Thompson had done was actually illegal and could result in serious penalties. The next day, I came home to find my electricity had been restored. But 3 days later, the power was shut off again. Mr. Thompson was clearly trying to make living in the apartment so uncomfortable that I'd choose to move out on my own. When I called Mr. Thompson about the second power outage, he said there had been another electrical emergency and that these kinds of problems were likely to continue until major renovations could be completed on the building. I contacted a tenant rights organisation and learned that this kind of harassment was a common tactic used by landlords who wanted to avoid the legal process of evicting tenants. By making living conditions unbearable, they hoped tenants would break their leases voluntarily. The third time my power was shut off, I documented everything and filed a complaint with the city's housing authority. I also sent Mr. Thompson a certified letter explaining that I knew my rights and that his actions constituted illegal harassment. Mr. Thompson called me immediately after receiving my letter and claimed there had been misunderstandings about the electrical issues. He said he'd make sure the power stayed on and that there wouldn't be any more problems. But instead of stopping the utility shutoffs, Mr. Thompson escalated his tactics. He started having the water turned off intermittently, claiming there were plumbing emergencies that required immediate attention, but never providing any evidence of actual problems. I realised that Mr. Thompson was systematically trying to make my apartment unlivable so that he could either raise the rent significantly for new tenants or convert the building for sale without existing rental agreements. The Housing Authority investigation confirmed that Mr. Thompson had been violating multiple tenant protection laws. He was fined for the illegal utility shutoffs and ordered to compensate me for the harassment and inconvenience. Mr. Thompson eventually stopped the utility games, but our relationship was permanently damaged. I started looking for a new apartment because I couldn't trust someone who would deliberately try to make my living situation miserable. When I moved out 2 months later, Mr. Thompson had the nerve to try to keep my security deposit, claiming there had been damage to the apartment. But I had documented everything carefully and was able to get my full deposit returned through small claims court. That story is over. Turning off someone's power 3 separate times and calling it electrical maintenance is such transparent harassment. The fact that he kept escalating to water shutoffs when the utility games didn't work shows exactly how far some landlords will go to avoid following proper legal procedures. Basic tenant rights shouldn't be this hard to enforce. Our next story comes from someone who discovered their ex's mother had some very persistent ideas about family relationships and holiday traditions. My ex's mum still sends me birthday cards. I dated this guy named Vincent for about 2 years before we broke up 8 months ago. The breakup wasn't particularly dramatic. We just realised we wanted different things and decided to end things before we started resenting each other. Vincent's mum, Mrs. Rodriguez, had always been really nice to me during our relationship. She'd invite me to family dinners, ask about my job and my family, and generally made me feel welcome as part of their extended family circle. When Vincent and I broke up, I figured that would naturally be the end of my relationship with his family too. That's usually how breakups work. You lose contact with your ex's relatives and move on with separate social circles. But Mrs. Rodriguez apparently didn't get that memo. About a month after Vincent and I split up, she called me to see how I was doing and to let me know that I was still welcome at family gatherings if I wanted to attend. I thought it was sweet of her to reach out, but I explained that it would probably be awkward for everyone if I continued attending family events after breaking up with her son. She seemed to understand and said she'd miss having me around. 3 months later, my birthday arrived, and I got a card in the mail from Mrs. Rodriguez. It was one of those elaborate cards with a long personal message about how special I was and how much she appreciated having me in their family. The card included a $20 gift certificate to my favourite restaurant and a note saying she hoped I'd have a wonderful year ahead. It was incredibly thoughtful, but also confusing since I was her longer dating son. I called Mrs. Rodriguez to thank her for the card and to gently remind her that Vincent and I were no longer together. She said she knew about the breakup, but that she still considered me part of the family and wanted to maintain our relationship. When I explained that it might be weird for Vincent if his mum continued sending me birthday cards, Mrs. Rodriguez said she'd spoken with him about it and that he was fine with her staying in touch with me. But I started dating someone new about a month later, and my current girlfriend Samantha was definitely not fine with my ex's mother sending me birthday cards and gift certificates. She thought it was inappropriate and suggested I should ask Mrs. Rodriguez to stop. I tried to have a gentle conversation with Mrs. Rodriguez about how her continued contact was creating some awkwardness in my new relationship. She seemed genuinely hurt and said she hadn't meant to cause problems. Mrs. Rodriguez explained that she'd grown attached to me during the 2 years I dated Vincent and that she considered me like a daughter. She said breakups between young people shouldn't have to end all the meaningful relationships that had developed. I appreciated her sentiment, but I explained that maintaining close contact with my ex's family was making it difficult for me to move forward with new relationships. Most people wouldn't be comfortable with their partner receiving birthday cards from a previous relationship. Mrs. Rodriguez seemed to understand and said she'd respect my wishes about reducing contact. But then Valentine's Day arrived, and I received another card from her with a note about how love comes in many forms and how she'd always care about me. When I showed Samantha the Valentine's card from Mrs. Rodriguez, she was not happy. She said it was creepy for my ex's mother to be sending me romantic holiday cards and that I needed to put a stop to it immediately. I called Mrs. Rodriguez again and explained more firmly that the continued cards were causing problems in my current relationship and that I really needed her to stop sending them. She seemed disappointed but said she would respect my boundaries. But the cards kept coming. Mother's Day, Easter, Halloween, Christmas, every possible holiday became an excuse for Mrs. Rodriguez to send me a card with a personal message about how much she missed having me in their family. Each card made Samantha more frustrated, and she started questioning whether I was encouraging Mrs. Rodriguez somehow, or whether there was something inappropriate about our relationship. The cards were creating ongoing tension in my current relationship. I finally had to send Mrs. Rodriguez a certified letter asking her to stop all contact with me. It felt harsh, but the steady stream of holiday cards was becoming a serious problem for my ability to maintain new romantic relationships. Mrs. Rodriguez called me crying after she received my letter. She said she'd never meant to cause problems and that she'd just been trying to maintain a friendship with someone she cared about. She promised to stop sending cards but seemed heartbroken about ending our contact. I felt terrible about hurting her feelings, but I realised that some relationships have natural boundaries that need to be respected. Mrs. Rodriguez's continued contact was keeping me tied to my past relationship in a way that wasn't healthy for anyone involved. That story is over. Getting Valentine's cards from your ex's mum while dating someone new is definitely going to create some awkward conversations. Mrs. Rodriguez meant well, but she completely missed the memo about how breakups work in the modern world. Some family bonds need to end when the romantic relationship does. Our next story involves someone whose cousin had some very entrepreneurial ideas about family gatherings and cost recovery. My cousin tried to charge admission for a family BBQ. My cousin Whitney has always been the type of person who thinks everything should be run like a business, even casual family gatherings. She's constantly coming up with schemes to monetize different aspects of her life. Last month, Whitney offered to host our annual family barbecue at her house. She has a nice backyard with a pool and plenty of space for everyone to hang out. The family was grateful since organizing these gatherings is usually a lot of work. Whitney seemed excited about hosting and started talking about all the food she was planning to prepare and the activities she wanted to organize. She mentioned hiring a DJ and renting some party equipment to make it extra special. 2 weeks before the BBQ, Whitney sent out what looked like official invitations to all the family members. But when people opened them, they discovered that the invitations included ticket prices for attending the family gathering. Whitney was charging $25 per adult and $15 per child for admission to the family BBQ. The invitation explained that this would help cover the costs of food, entertainment, and party supplies. When my aunt called Whitney to ask about the admission fees, Whitney explained that hosting a party for 30 people was expensive and that it wasn't fair for her to absorb all the costs herself just because she had a nice backyard. Whitney had calculated how much she planned to spend on food, drinks, decorations, and entertainment, then divided that total among the expected number of guests. She presented it like a reasonable, cost-sharing arrangement rather than charging admission to a family gathering. Several family members were confused and annoyed by Whitney's decision to turn a traditional family barbecue into a ticketed event. These gatherings had always been casual potluck affairs where everyone contributed something without formal coordination. When people pointed out that family BBQs usually involve everyone bringing dishes to share, Whitney said that her event was going to be more professional than previous gatherings and that she was handling all the planning and preparation herself. Whitney also mentioned that she was providing upgraded amenities like the DJ and rental equipment that previous hosts hadn't offered. She was treating the family BBQ like a wedding reception that required ticket sales to fund the enhanced experience. My uncle tried to suggest that maybe Whitney could ask people to contribute specific items instead of charging admission, but she said that would be too complicated to coordinate, and that cash contributions were more efficient. Whitney seemed genuinely confused about why people were resistant to paying admission for a family gathering. She kept emphasizing how much work and money she was putting into making the event special for everyone. The situation got more awkward when Whitney started following up with family members who hadn't responded to her ticketed invitations. She was tracking RSVPs and payment status like it was a corporate event rather than a casual family gathering. Some family members decided to skip the BBQ rather than pay admission to attend a family gathering. Others were annoyed but paid the fees because they didn't want to miss seeing relatives they only saw once a year. My mum tried to explain to Whitney that charging family members for gatherings could set a precedent that might make future events feel more like business transactions than family celebrations. But Whitney said that was exactly what she wanted. Whitney argued that family gatherings required significant investment of time and money, and that hosts deserved to be compensated rather than expected to absorb all the costs. She was trying to revolutionize how family events were funded. The BBQ itself was actually pretty nice. Whitney had put a lot of effort into making it a professional level event with good food, entertainment, and activities, but the admission fees had created tension that affected the overall atmosphere. Throughout the party, there were awkward conversations about the ticket prices and whether this would become the new normal for family gatherings. Some people felt like they were at a paid event rather than spending time with relatives. Whitney seemed proud of how well organised everything was and mentioned several times how the admission fees had allowed her to provide a higher quality experience than previous family BBQs. She was treating it like a successful business venture. After the party, Whitney sent follow-up messages to family members asking for feedback about the ticketed event format and whether they'd be interested in similar arrangements for future gatherings. She was trying to franchise her family BBQ model. Most family members politely declined to commit to future ticketed family events, and the hosting duties for next year's BBQ ended up going to my aunt, who specifically mentioned that it would be a traditional potluck affair with no admission fees. That story is over. Charging your relatives $25 to attend a backyard family BBQ is peak entrepreneurial overreach. Whitney really thought she could turn Sunday dinner family into a profitable venture, complete with ticket sales and customer feedback surveys. Some business models just don't belong at family gatherings. Our next story comes from someone who discovered their neighbour had some very possessive ideas about trash receptacle ownership and property management. My neighbour keeps taking my trash can. I live in this suburban neighbourhood where every house has these standardised trash cans provided by the city's waste management service. They're all identical black bins with wheels and flip-up lids, and each one is supposed to stay with the property it was assigned to. About 6 months ago, my neighbour Derek moved into the house next door. He seemed friendly enough during our initial introductions, and I figured we'd have the typical polite neighbour relationship where we wave at each other and occasionally chat about yard work. The problem started about 2 months after Derek moved in. I began noticing that my trash can would go missing on pickup days. I'd put it out Tuesday evening for Wednesday morning collection, and by Wednesday afternoon, it would be gone. At first, I thought maybe the garbage truck drivers were being careless and not returning bins to the right houses after emptying them. I'd walk around the neighbourhood looking for my can and usually find it sitting in someone else's driveway. But after this happened several weeks in a row, I started paying closer attention to the pattern. My trash can would always end up in Derek's driveway, positioned next to an identical bin like he owned 2 cans instead of 1. I went over to Derek's house and politely explained that he had my trash can and asked him to return it to my property. Derek looked at both bins in his driveway and claimed he couldn't tell which one was mine, since they looked exactly the same. That's when I realised I needed a way to identify my trash can. I used a permanent marker to write my house number on the lid and side of my bin, making it clearly distinguishable from Derek's unmarked can. The next week, my clearly labelled trash can ended up in Derek's driveway again. When I went to retrieve it, Derek said he'd noticed the numbers, but assumed they were just manufacturing codes or something. He claimed he hadn't realised it was my personal identification system. I explained to Derek that I'd written my house number on the can specifically to prevent this kind of confusion, and I asked him to please check the numbers before moving bins around after pickup day. He said he'd be more careful in the future, but the trash can theft continued every single week. Despite my house number being clearly marked on the bin, it kept ending up in Derek's possession after garbage collection. He was obviously taking it deliberately, but continued to claim it was accidental. When I confronted Derek about the ongoing situation, he suggested that maybe we were both confused about which can belong to whom. He proposed that we should just share the bins and not worry about who technically owned which one. I pointed out that each property was assigned one specific trash can by the city, and that taking someone else's bin could create problems with waste management service. Derek said he thought I was being overly territorial about something as simple as a garbage container. The situation escalated when I discovered Derek had scratched off my house numbers and written his own address on what was clearly my original trash can. He'd essentially stolen my bin and relabeled it as his own property. When I showed Derek the evidence of him scratching off my numbers and replacing them with his address, he claimed that the can had always belonged to him and that I was mistaken about which one was originally mine. Derek suggested that since the bins were identical and provided by the city, it didn't really matter who used which one, as long as everyone had access to garbage collection. He was trying to make his theft seem reasonable. I called the waste management company to report the situation and ask them to verify which trash can had been assigned to my address. They confirmed that each bin has a unique serial number that corresponds to specific properties. The waste management representative came out to check both bins and confirmed that Derek was indeed using the can assigned to my property. They told Derek he needed to return my bin immediately and contact them about getting his own replacement can. Derek was annoyed about being caught and made comments about how some people make big deals out of minor issues. He acted like I was the problem for wanting to use the trash can that actually belonged to my property. Since then, Derek has stopped taking my trash can, but he occasionally makes passive-aggressive comments about property ownership and neighbourly sharing when we see each other. He clearly still thinks I overreacted to what he considered harmless bin borrowing. I've started bringing my trash can back to my garage immediately after pickup to prevent any future confusion. It's annoying to have to monitor my garbage container, but at least Derek can't claim he accidentally took the wrong bin anymore. That story is over. Stealing someone's trash can every week and then scratching off their house numbers to relabel it with your own address is impressively petty theft. Derek really thought he could gaslight his way into permanent trash bin ownership through sheer persistence. Some people will literally try to steal anything, even garbage containers. Moving to our next story, this one involves someone whose boss had some very questionable ideas about employee image rights and marketing consent. My boss used my photo for a company ad without asking. I work at this retail chain as a sales associate, and it's generally a pretty decent job with reasonable managers and flexible scheduling. The company culture is usually respectful, and I've never had major issues with workplace policies or treatment. About 3 months ago, our store was preparing for a big promotional campaign to launch a new product line. Corporate had been sending photographers and marketing people to different locations to create advertising materials for the campaign. One afternoon, a professional photographer showed up at our store and started taking pictures of employees helping customers and working with merchandise. My manager, Carol, explained that corporate was documenting authentic workplace moments for possible use in promotional materials. The photographer spent several hours taking candid shots throughout the store. I was helping a customer find the right size shoes when he took what seemed like a routine photo of our interaction. It felt natural and professional, just part of documenting a typical day at work. Carol mentioned that any photos used in marketing materials would require employee consent and that corporate would reach out to get permission before using anyone's images in advertising campaigns. I figured that meant I'd have a chance to review anything before my photo appeared in public marketing. A few weeks later, my friend texted me a photo she'd taken at the mall. It was a huge poster advertisement for our store's new product line, and there I was, prominently featured in the center of the image, helping that customer with shoes. My photo was being used as the main visual element in a major advertising campaign that was apparently running in malls, bus stops, and online platforms across the entire region. I was essentially the face of this promotional campaign without having any idea it was happening. I immediately called Carol to ask about the advertisement and whether she knew my photo was being used so prominently in the marketing campaign. She seemed surprised and said she'd assumed corporate had contacted me directly for permission. When I explained that I'd never been asked for consent to use my image in advertising, Carol said there might have been a miscommunication and that she'd look into the situation with corporate headquarters. But over the next few days, I started seeing my face everywhere. Friends and family members kept sending me photos of advertisements they'd spotted around town. I was on billboards, website banners, and even television commercials for the company. The strangest part was going to other locations of our store chain and seeing giant posters of myself on the walls. Customers at my own workplace would sometimes do double takes, recognizing me from the advertisements they'd seen elsewhere. I contacted corporate directly to ask about permission for using my photo in their marketing campaign. The representative seemed confused and said they had standard releases on file for all employees whose images were used in promotional materials. When I explained that I'd never signed any release or given permission for my photo to be used in advertising, the corporate representative said they'd review their files and get back to me about the authorization documentation. A week later, corporate called to say they'd found the issue. Apparently, Carol had signed a blanket consent form on behalf of all employees, claiming she had authority to approve the use of anyone's image for marketing purposes. But managers don't actually have the legal right to consent to the use of employees' likenesses in advertising campaigns. Each person has to give individual permission for their image to be used in promotional materials. The corporate representative apologized for the oversight and offered to remove my image from future marketing materials. But the current campaign was scheduled to run for several more months, and it would be expensive to replace all the existing advertisements. When I asked about compensation for the unauthorized use of my image in a major marketing campaign, corporate said they'd need to research what would be appropriate given the circumstances of the miscommunication. Carol seemed annoyed when I brought up the situation with her. She said she'd been trying to help the company by streamlining the consent process and that she hadn't realized individual permission was required for each employee. The worst part was that I had no control over how my image was being used or what products it was associated with. I was representing the company in advertisements without having any say in the messaging or presentation. Several of my friends started joking about me being a model and asking if I was getting paid for all the advertising appearances. It was embarrassing to explain that I was being used in a marketing campaign without my knowledge or permission. Corporate eventually offered me a small financial settlement in exchange for retroactive consent to use my image for the remainder of the campaign. The amount was much less than what professional models would typically be paid for that level of exposure. I accepted the settlement because I needed the money and didn't want to deal with the legal complications of fighting a major corporation. But the experience taught me to be more careful about workplace photography and consent documentation. Even now, months later, I occasionally see my face on old promotional materials that are still being used in various locations. It's weird seeing yourself used to sell products when you never intended to become part of the company's marketing strategy. That story is over. Being turned into the unwitting face of a corporate marketing campaign is like finding out you're famous without any of the benefits. Carol really thought she could just sign away everyone's image rights, like she was approving overtime schedules. Some workplace overreaches create consequences that last for months. Our next story comes from someone whose cousin had some very questionable ideas about event attendance fees and family financial obligations. My friend lied about being sick to skip my wedding. This whole situation happened about 3 months ago, and I'm still trying to process how someone I trusted could create such an elaborate deception just to avoid a commitment they'd made. My friend Connor had been one of my groomsmen and had been involved in all the wedding planning activities leading up to the big day. He'd participated in the bachelor party, helped with decorations, and seemed genuinely excited about celebrating my marriage. The week before the wedding, Connor called me sounding absolutely terrible. He was coughing constantly, said he had a high fever, and claimed he'd come down with some kind of severe flu that was making him feel miserable. Connor seemed devastated about potentially missing my wedding and kept apologizing for getting sick at such an important time. He said he'd been looking forward to the ceremony for months, but didn't want to risk getting other guests sick by attending while contagious. I told Connor that his health was obviously more important than the wedding, and while I'd miss having him there, I completely understood his decision to stay home while he was ill. He promised to make it up to me once he recovered. The wedding day arrived and everything went beautifully. The ceremony was perfect, the reception was amazing, and all our friends and family had a wonderful time celebrating with us. I did notice Connor's absence, but I was touched that he'd been responsible about not spreading illness. During the reception, one of my other friends showed me something on social media that completely changed my understanding of the situation. Connor had posted multiple photos and videos from a concert that was happening the same night as my wedding. In these posts, Connor was clearly healthy and having a great time. He was jumping around, singing along with the band, and generally behaving like someone who definitely wasn't suffering from a severe flu. The timestamps showed he'd been at this concert during the exact hours of my wedding ceremony and reception. I couldn't believe Connor had fabricated an entire illness to skip my wedding in favour of attending a concert. If he'd preferred to see this band rather than celebrate my marriage, he could have just been honest about his priorities instead of creating such an elaborate lie. The next day, Connor called to ask how the wedding had gone and to continue apologising for missing it due to his supposed illness. He was still maintaining the fiction even after posting clear evidence of his actual activities online. When I confronted Connor about the concert photos, he seemed genuinely surprised that I'd seen his social media posts. He tried to claim that he'd started feeling better later in the evening and had decided to get some fresh air at this outdoor venue, but the timeline didn't make any sense. The concert had started at the same time as my wedding ceremony, and Connor's posts showed he'd been there for the entire duration. He hadn't miraculously recovered from the flu in time to attend a different event. Connor eventually admitted that he'd never actually been sick, and that he'd chosen to attend the concert instead of my wedding. He said he'd figured I wouldn't notice his absence, since there would be so many other people celebrating with us. I was devastated, not just by his absence, but by the elaborate deception he'd created to cover up his real priorities. Connor had shown me that attending my wedding was less important to him than seeing a band perform. The conversation got more heated when Connor suggested that I was overreacting to him missing one event. He said weddings were just parties and that our friendship shouldn't be affected by his decision to skip this particular celebration. Connor also pointed out that he'd participated in the bachelor party and other wedding-related activities, as if those somehow balanced out his deception about the actual ceremony. He was trying to minimize the significance of lying to skip the most important day of my life. Our friendship never recovered from this betrayal. I realized that someone who would create such an elaborate lie just to avoid a commitment wasn't the kind of person I wanted in my life. Connor had revealed his true priorities in the worst possible way. Looking back, I wish Connor had just been honest from the beginning about preferring the concert. I would have been disappointed, but at least I would have known where I stood with him instead of being blindsided by his deception. That story's over. Creating an entire fake illness complete with coughing phone calls just to see a band instead of celebrating your friend's wedding is breathtakingly selfish. The elaborate deception makes it so much worse than just admitting you'd rather be somewhere else. Some betrayals show exactly how little your friendship actually means to someone. This brings us to the end of our journey through these incredible stories tonight. Whether you made it through your late-night Minecraft session, fought off another bout of insomnia, or just needed some company while the world sleeps around you, I hope these tales gave you exactly what you were looking for. The internet really is this incredible window into the strangest corners of human behaviour. And honestly, after hearing all these stories, your own problems probably seem pretty manageable in comparison. At least your neighbours aren't trying to turn your backyard into a community dog park or secretly shaving your cat while you're at work. Sweet dreams, and remember that truth really is stranger than fiction. Moving to our next story, this one involves someone whose cousin had some very entrepreneurial ideas about family gatherings. My cousin tried to charge admission for a family BBQ. I come from this big extended family where we've always had these casual get-togethers a few times a year. Usually someone volunteers to host, everyone brings a dish, and we just hang out and catch up. It's never been complicated or expensive, just good family time. My cousin Whitney has always been the type of person who thinks everything needs to be turned into a business opportunity. She's constantly coming up with schemes to monetize different aspects of her life, from selling essential oils to trying to become an influencer. Last month, Whitney volunteered to host our annual summer BBQ at her house. She's got this nice backyard with a pool, so everyone was excited about the change of venue. She seemed really enthusiastic about hosting and started talking about all the special touches she wanted to add. About 2 weeks before the BBQ, Whitney sent out what looked like professional invitations to everyone in the family. But when people opened them, they discovered that Whitney was charging $25 per adult and $15 per child for admission to the family gathering. The invitation explained that the fees would help cover the costs of food, decorations, a DJ she'd hired, and some party equipment she was planning to rent. She'd calculated everything out and divided it among the expected number of guests. When my aunt called to ask about the admission charges, Whitney seemed genuinely surprised that anyone would object. She explained that hosting a party for 30 people was expensive and that it wasn't fair for her to absorb all the costs just because she had a nice backyard. Whitney kept emphasizing how much more professional this event was going to be compared to our usual casual gatherings. She'd hired entertainment, was all the food herself instead of doing potluck style, and had even rented tables and chairs. Several family members were completely confused by the whole concept. These BBQs had always been about spending time together, not attending some kind of ticketed event. The idea of paying admission to see your own relatives felt weird to everyone. When people suggested maybe we could go back to the traditional potluck format, where everyone contributes something, Whitney said that would be too disorganized, and that her way was more efficient and fair. Some relatives decided to skip the BBQ rather than pay the admission fees. Others grudgingly paid because they didn't want to miss seeing family members they only saw a few times a year. The whole thing created this awkward dynamic where people felt like they were being charged to maintain family relationships. The BBQ itself was actually pretty nice. Whitney had put a lot of effort into making it feel like a professional event with good food and entertainment. But the admission fees had created tension that affected the whole atmosphere. Throughout the party, people kept making comments about the ticket prices and whether this was going to become the new normal for family gatherings. It felt more like attending a paid event than spending time with relatives. After the party, Whitney sent follow-up messages asking for feedback about the ticketed format and whether people would be interested in similar arrangements for future family events. She was treating it like a business venture that she wanted to expand. Most family members politely declined to commit to future ticketed events, and the hosting duties for next year ended up going to my uncle, who specifically mentioned that it would be a traditional potluck with no admission fees. That story is over. Charging your own relatives $25 to attend a backyard BBQ is peak entrepreneurial overreach. Whitney really thought she could turn family dinner into a profitable venture complete with customer feedback surveys. Some business ideas just don't belong at family gatherings, no matter how professional the catering might be. Our next tale involves someone whose neighbour had some very possessive ideas about waste management and property ownership. My neighbour keeps taking my trash can. I live in this suburban neighbourhood where the city provides these standardised black trash cans with wheels to every house. They're all identical except for the serial numbers, and each one is supposed to stay with the specific property it was assigned to. My neighbour Cole moved in next door about 6 months ago, and he seemed friendly enough during our initial introductions. I figured we'd have the typical polite neighbour relationship where we wave at each other and maybe chat occasionally about yard work or the weather. The problem started about 2 months after Cole moved in. I began noticing that my trash can would disappear on collection days. I'd put it out Tuesday evening for Wednesday morning pickup, and by Wednesday afternoon it would be gone. At first I thought maybe the garbage truck drivers were being careless about returning bins to the right houses after emptying them. I'd walk around the neighbourhood looking for my can and usually find it sitting in someone else's driveway. But after this happened several weeks in a row, I realised there was a pattern. My trash can would always end up in Cole's driveway, positioned right next to an identical bin like he owned 2 cans instead of 1. I went over to Cole's house and politely explained that he had my trash can and asked him to return it to my property. Cole looked at both bins in his driveway and claimed he couldn't tell which one was mine since they looked exactly the same. That's when I realised I needed a way to identify my trash can. I used a permanent marker to write my house number on the lid and both sides of my bin, making it clearly distinguishable from Cole's unmarked can. The next week, my clearly labelled trash can ended up in Cole's driveway again. When I went to retrieve it, Cole said he'd noticed the numbers, but assumed they were just manufacturing codes or something. He claimed he hadn't realised it was my personal identification system. I explained to Cole that I'd written my house number on the can, specifically to prevent confusion, and I asked him to please check the numbers before moving bins around after pickup day. He said he'd be more careful in the future. But the trash can theft continued every single week. Despite my house number being clearly marked on the bin, it kept ending up in Cole's possession after garbage collection. He was obviously taking it deliberately, but continued to claim it was accidental. When I confronted Cole about the ongoing situation, he suggested that maybe we should just share the bins and not worry about who technically owned which one. He said I was being overly territorial about something as simple as a garbage container. The situation escalated when I discovered Cole had scratched off my house numbers and written his own address on what was clearly my original trash can. He'd essentially stolen my bin and relabelled it as his own property. When I showed Cole the evidence of him altering my identification marks, he claimed that the can had always belonged to him and that I was mistaken about which one was originally mine. He was trying to gaslight me about my own trash can ownership. And that brings us to the end of tonight's collection of absolutely wild stories from the depths of the internet. Whether you managed to stay awake through another sleepless night, kept yourself company during those quiet hours when everyone else is dreaming, or just needed some background noise to get through whatever you're working on, I hope these tales served their purpose. The internet never fails to remind us that no matter how strange our own lives might get, there's always someone out there dealing with something even more bizarre. From neighbours who think your backyard is suddenly community property, to family members who fake entire college graduations. The creativity people have when it comes to creating chaos is honestly impressive. If these stories helped you get through the night, consider hitting that subscribe button, because trust me, there's always more where these came from. The world is full of people making questionable decisions, and somehow they all end up sharing their experiences online for the rest of us to marvel at. Sweet dreams to those heading to bed, and good luck to everyone else still grinding through whatever brought you here tonight.